up there in the beginning, but good to see everybody coming in. Jamie, good to see you. Jason. I'm going to start putting a couple things up top. Just give me a second.
What up, Texas? My phone died when we were in there talking Big Daddy.
Yeah, you had just popped out when I popped in, brother. I just driving, man, heading home. Can't find nothing to haul to make any money, so I'm gonna go home, try to load out of there, or just spend a day with my family, man. It's frustrating, man.
So, hey, if you want to expand a little bit on this walkout, maybe if you got a couple minutes.
Yeah, like Mike called for a shutdown, said we're gonna do it, so we're looks like we're going for a national nationwide shutdown on the 20th through the 26th. Owner ops, small carriers, shut down your rigs. We got to get this fixed. I mean, because it's killing us out here. We can't continue to go like we're going. So we got to get. I mean, it can't wait until the next election. So it's got to happen now, man. It sucks. Message to the people is go stock up on supplies you need. Make sure you got food and what you need for your family. Last thing we want to see is anybody do without, man. But it's gotten unsustainable out here. Where we can't stay in business. We cannot. Literally, I mean, I've been gone all week. I've done two resets since I've left home Monday. Two 34-hour resets, so that's 70 hours of setting because I can't find anything to put on my truck that's profitable. That's not going to cost me money to load and haul. So literally, um, I don't have the money to do that anymore. I don't have the money to haul something that's way below what it cost me to haul and me reach in my pocket and pull it out. I mean, we're on the verge of losing our home, my truck, and having to start all over again, brother. Um, I mean, something's got to give. It's got to stop. And it seems like we're getting some traction, we're gaining some traction, but it's just not enough, not fast enough. We're headed for a real bad place. Um, like I said, it's the last thing we want to do, but we can't continue to do what we're doing. And it seems like they just continue on down the same path. The powers that be, the regime, Washington, the feds continue right on down the same path. They're on, not taking notice that hey, we're trying to reach out to them and tell them we can't continue to do it. And they just if they are acting on it, they're not acting quick enough to give us relief we need to stay in business. So, what are you supposed to do, Marlon? I mean, I don't know what to do, brother. Our back's against the wall, bro.
Well, Dee Dee's got his hand up. Dee Dee, how you doing, man?
Hey, buddy. Hey, Texas, is there a place we can go and make a contribution to kind of help you guys out monetarily? Kind of spread the
No,
dollar amount around.
is what you can do is not. Uh, yeah, yeah, bro. We here's what we need. We need people to reach out to the congressmen and senators and give them the information that we've been putting out here and tell them, look, man, this is a matter of national security. You might not be taking it seriously and you might not understand, but it is. And this is something that's going to affect us all. Um, if you want to sign up to the association, that would be great. The money it is a nonprofit organization. The money is going to fund the things that we are doing in Washington. Like me, I've been in this from the start since I met them and got involved in it, dude. I haven't made a dime off of it. I spent money out of my pocket, like going to the truck show and stopping my truck. It's not about. I mean, we need eyes and ears and voices telling their congressmen and their senators that hey, there's a problem. You can't continue to ignore this and act like there's nothing going on. I mean, we understand the economy's bad, but when you go and look at and you get information from shippers that they're paying as much, if not more, than they've always been paying to move these loads, to move this freight, and these brokers or brokerages are putting it out and trying to move it for less than it costs to operate your truck, there's a problem. I mean, dude, it's simple business. Anybody that's working in a deficit, you're going to have times when you hit that mark where you might be under cost of what it costs to operate. But I mean, it can't continue to go on like that day after day after day, and we're over a year into this, brother, and that's the way it's been, and it's getting worse. It's falling apart out here, bro. We make up at over 81% of the capacity in the trucks that move the freight around the United States of America, and literally we can't continue to do it. I mean, people are losing their trucks. A guy posted in the group a while ago, after talking to his family, he took his truck and trailer to the Peterbilt, and after talking to his family and going over everything, he said, "I got to call it quits." He's trying to sell his equipment. And this trader, he's got a nice reefer trailer he's trying to sell. 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, that reefer would have brung $80,000. It's worth $50,000. He's trying to sell it for $23,000. He's in that bad of shape, man.
Wow.
We've got to do something. We cannot continue to do this, DD. Dude, it's too. We've been in the breaking point for a long time, and I've been preaching this since January, February when we started doing this before I ever got involved with NOAA. But we're at the point of collapse right now. Right now, today, we are at the point of collapse. When you go to Houston or down to South Texas, we'll search for 350 miles, 20 or 30 loads, and all posted at $1.20, $1.40 a mile, and it costs you $2.25 a mile to operate. You have a problem, brother. I'm parked there, man. Thank you, DD.
Yeah, okay. So my representative in Washington is Trent Kelly, and I have Cindy Hyde Smith and Roger Wicker. So basically, what I need to do is I need to call their office and make damn sure that they're on board with NOAA, and go with that, and which I'm more than willing to do. I'll do it, tomorrow morning, and get this ball rolling. So. I'll commit to getting in touch with their offices and kind of going from there. But, God bless you, man. I feel for you. I do. Whatever I can do to help, I will. And, so just let me know. That's all I can say. Just let me know.
Well, I greatly appreciate it, DD. And that's what we need. We need people to actually not listen. We need people to take action with us and reach out and make our voices heard, because we are the people. You know what I mean? We're the ones out here. We've run through this all the last year and a half where it's been terrible out here. At the breaking point where we're just breaking even, basically. Can't even keep up with the maintenance on our trucks because the money's not in the loads to do it. But we got inspection week coming up for brakes the 20th through the 26th. So we coincided it with that because we feel like, they don't open the weigh stations much anymore. So now they're doing 3 or 4 major inspections a year where they're just picking out trucks and pulling trucks out all over to inspect them and put you out of service and fine you to fund the war on trucks, man. So they can fund their more rules and regulations to come down on us and dictate how we run our business and what we can and can't do. All the while, the brokers are free to roam and run willy-nilly and do whatever they want to because there's no oversight. The rules and regulations that's in place for them, there's no enforcement because there's no arm of enforcement for that. The arm of enforcement is the FMCSA. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety. Safety is the key word. The broker problem is coming down the line is not a safety issue. So all the enforcement falls on us and puts us out of business while they're the ones making all the money, man. It's got to stop. We got to be able to level the playing field and say, hey, fuel's $4. Diesel fuel is $4 a gallon. My truck gets 5, 6 miles a gallon. Where you're putting these rates, And it's not the shippers that's doing it, it's the brokers because they think they need 30, 40, 50, 60, 70% of the money that's allotted to move the load. You know, that basically they're freight gods. They can put it out for whatever they want to and put as much as they want to in their pockets. Not all brokers. I want to clarify that. Not all brokers are bad brokers. There are some good brokers that take care of their people. I know some of them, and I work with some of them. But it's come to, what's happened is come to the point where the bad brokers have started running in under the good brokers and undercutting them so low on the rate to get the business that they're running them out of business as well. And they're I mean, your shipper is going to go with the cheaper rate, so it ends up killing us on this side, man. It's a race to the bottom on both sides. You got a bunch of new carriers out here doing the same thing the new brokers and the bad brokers are doing. You know, well, I can do it cheaper than that truck. So if they put it up at $2 a mile, a truck calls in and says, well, I can do it cheaper than him. I can do it at $1.40. You know, you got a lot of people in here that don't know what they're doing, or foreigners that don't know the market in the United States or the system in the United States that, you know, they live in their truck. They don't have a home or nothing. You know, we got two homes, man. My home is this truck. I live in this truck. But, you know, I got a home at home with my family in that I got to support that too. And the money's not here to do it. If my wife wasn't working a full-time job right now as a beautician, she's licensed, I would not make it out here, brother. You know, and that's bad because I've always made enough money where we got a 6-year-old daughter. When my daughter was born, I told my wife loves to work. I told my wife, I don't want you working. I want you home with my daughter. I want you home with our kids, teaching our kids and instilling the proper values, morals, and integrity in our children. You can't do that working a job and me working a job. I'll work the job. I'll pay for everything. And you stay home and you do what needs to be done with our children to make sure that, you know, we raise decent children. But we can't do that right now. She's had to go back to work full time because of the state of the transportation industry, bro. And it's like they just pull the cover over their head, stick their head in the sand, and act like there's not a problem. There's a problem, man. Thank you, DD. I appreciate you, brother. Reaching out to them will be the best thing you can do for us right now. We need everybody to reach out and tell them we got a problem. You need to look at this. You need to pay attention to what's going on, because it's going to affect every person in the United States of America. This is affecting, and it's going to get worse. I mean, anytime you see a recession or a depression or anything in the economy, see it in the trucking industry. And we've been seeing it, but now it's gotten to the point where it's just, we can't do it no more, bro. Thank you.
Go ahead, Marlon.
So Dee Dee, the other night we were talking about Jake's situation where they have these guys pegged going into these states and they know they can squeeze them on the way out. Jake, didn't you deadhead back out of Colorado?
I went 700 miles, basically, like 670 miles to get where I'm at. But this load pays a little over $4 a mile. And even at that rate, which is, you know, an outstanding rate at this point in time, even at that rate, it's not worth the 700-mile deadhead that I did. You know, but I refuse to be a part of a race to the bottom with these, you know, these brokerages. They're ridiculous. Yeah. So you gotta, you know, you're forced to use the technology that they've built to book your load, and they know where you're at. They track your every move. And when you're on the load boards where you get your loads, it's your GPS is on, because they, you know, it's just their technology. Go ahead, Marlon. I won't overrun you there.
No, I wanted you to speak on it.
Yeah, there's a lot that's wrong with trucking right now, and the main thing is, you know, putting aside everything else other than this, is we need broker transparency so that drivers can be educated on what these are actually paying and actually afford to move them. And, you know, I was just talking in another space. I don't know what happened. I got switched over to this space, but the main issue that drivers have, that people have, is, oh, they want safety. Well, if you can't maintain your vehicle and you're rolling down the road and your your rear tandems come off, your rear duals come off, you know, you're going to kill somebody. But you're taking these dollar mile loads because they got no other choice, because the brokers have monopolized the market, and they're artificially holding the rate down by knowing where trucks are at, and they call it supply and demand, and oh, that's all that lane pays. Well, who freaking cares what that lane pays? It takes $2.25 a mile minimum to run a truck, you know, and that's just if there's no issues. You blow a tire, guess what? You're not getting a tire for under $500. So there's no profit left. There's not even enough to maintain your truck at this point, and they want to throw more rules and regulations on us. You know, there's a bill that senators from Nebraska and Idaho brought out with the TIA, the Transportation Intermediaries Association, talking, you know, this health, safety, fitness for trucks. I don't remember exactly what it was called, but it's basically another version of Carrier 411, which shuts trucks down. You know, I'll give you a little bit of history on that real quick. That's just basically a website that brokers use to report truck drivers when they have an issue with them. Well, some of it's legitimate. For the most part, it's punitive for them. If they don't like what you know, the way things went, they'll report you to Carrier 411, and it's like a credit system for brokers to use against truck drivers. And if they don't want to pay you because they claim there's a problem, they'll report you to Carrier 411 and put what's called a freight guard on you. Well, if you get a freight guard on your credit system as a truck driver, brokers don't want to use you, and you effectively have to go out of business. Well, the Transportation Intermediaries Association, which is the business association that represents brokers, has now introduced a bill to effectively take what Carrier 411 does and turn it into a government agency. And, you know, just the fact that we can't even afford to feed our families should be enough. We can't maintain our trucks properly. We're out here saying, hey, you got us down to the point to where we're going to go home now. So August 20th through the 26th, we're shutting down. And it's because that's the brake safety week that DOT is, every year they do the same thing to us. 4 times a year they do the same thing, where they have a blitz, and they come at us at every way station we hit. You run the chance of getting pulled in and inspected multiple times a day. Whether you got inspected before or not, you can show them, but that doesn't mean they're not going to inspect you. You know, it's punitive damages at this point. How can you hold your head up after being out here getting treated this way? You know, the transportation system our infrastructure is at risk for collapse right now because of the greed of these brokers. And if any broker tells you, no, we're not doing that, it's a flat out lie, because loads are paying $5,000 and they're trying to put them out there for $1,500, $2,000, and they'll beat you down, and they'll keep the fuel surcharge that comes along with it. And you sit at a shipper or a receiver for hours on end, and they don't want to pay you time. They don't want to pay you for your time of just sitting there, you know, and then they want to put a claim on you saying, oh, this is damaged, you know, or they want to track you. And if you don't agree to their tracking, then they charge you, they charge against the rate that they're paying you. They want to take, you know, $250 off of what they're paying you if you don't agree to their tracking, stuff like that. And it's like, everybody knows that's how they artificially keep the rates down, by, you know, saying, you know, there's an overabundance of trucks. We have no choice but to shut these trucks down. And I have no pity on what's going to happen. You know, go stock up on toilet paper, everybody, because it's coming, and it's bad. And we've said it enough. They should have listened by now, and we're tired of it. You know, before I get off on a rant again, I'm going to leave it alone.
Well, Jake, I really appreciate you speaking today. And my instincts tell me by 2025, this is going to become a national disaster if we don't address it now. So we got to get ahead of this. I mean, because it's already too late, like you said, it's already happening. So if we wait another second, it's just going to compound the issue and it's going to get worse.
It grows daily because there's no oversight for brokerages out there. And 100% of the oversight is on truck drivers. And to go along with it or just go flip whoppers, you know? And we're out here putting our lives on the line for the American public. And it's like we're getting beat down. And it's hard to hold your head up. And when you do pick your head up, that, you know, what you talk about is not productive because you spend time, you know, pulling over how bad you got treated, you know, brokers laughing at you when they tell you $1.10 a mile and you say, hey man, it takes to run your truck. They laugh at you and hang up, you know, or tell you, I got 40 calls coming in. I can sell this load at $1.10 a mile. When you know for a fact that they got $3.50, $4 a mile, you know, these I see brokerages guys teaching how to be a broker, and they're making millions of dollars. You know, they're making millions. 10 people in the office making.
You're robot a little bit there, Jake.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt. You're roboting a little bit, but look, the big picture, there's so many different things that need to be addressed. And if you look up top, I laid out a few just major things that need to be addressed. Of course, the title in and of itself is about our sovereignty, but election integrity, voter election integrity, all that stuff. I mean, there's so many things to address, but this is one major issue, and we're working really hard to do it. So I appreciate you guys coming in. Last week, I think it was the week before or whatever, I wanted to invite Shane and everybody, all the different people that are running for position in office to come in and have this conversation under one roof. But there's so many things to address, you know, from cybersecurity to the border. I mean, you name it. This is one vital part of our nation's either success or failure if we don't address. So it's a huge issue. Marlon, please jump in, brother.
Well, you know, hey, we've been hanging with NOAA and been a supporter of NOAA all the way along, you know, and Jake is the vice president of NOAA. You know, we've been talking about these issues for 6 months, and you know, and Jake's explaining something at $1.30, or obviously you're running almost $1 under operating cost, number one. But that's if nothing goes wrong, right, Jake? I mean, that's not a breakdown. That's not a turbo that goes. That's not a bearing that goes. You know, stuck on the side of the road for 6 hours. None of that's included in that $1.10, $1.30 a mile. It's insanity. I mean. It's $1 under operating costs.
Well, it's not even that. It's the time to hook up a new load, to drop off and unload. I mean, they could be tied up for hours at a location where they're loading and unloading. So is that factored into it? No, you may be delayed. So that even degrades the load rate. There's so many factors to this, from the insurance rates that they have to cover monthly, and they're the ones taking on the burden of the insurance and the liability of the load, not the broker, not anyone else. They're taking that cost. So anyways, please, Jamie, jump in. We were talking about a bunch of different laws and things last night, but go ahead, Jamie, please.
Yeah, we went over some stuff last night. I talked to Maggie. We talked for a good long while. And we threw some things around against the wall and went over some laws, some rules and regulations that are and aren't being enforced. Which, but I want to throw some real numbers out here for you listeners, man, so y'all understand. I mean, we get caught up in the rhetoric, and when we're speaking us as truck drivers, we understand what we're talking about, and I often lose track that a lot of people don't understand where we're going or what we're saying. But what everybody can understand is profit margins and losses. I'm going to throw some real numbers out here for this week for me. I left home, loaded a load, went over to Texarkana. I think it paid $600. Okay, pretty good load. Get over there, unload the following morning. Find a load up in Russellville, Arkansas. So I deadhead 230 miles of Russellville, Arkansas. Now, keep in mind, deadhead still costs me money to deadhead. It's not free. It costs me fuel, it costs me wear and tear. It costs me time off the 70-hour work clock for off the hours of service that's mandated by the Federal Motor Carriers Safety Association. So they say we can only work 70 hours a week. So 3.5 hours I burn off my 70-hour work week, which right now does not really matter because I can't work 70 hours a week anyways because I can't find the freight that's paying anything to haul. So I get to Russellville, I load there, spend the night there, and I load that morning, deliver in San Antonio the following day, 633 miles, $1,900. Right now, in this day and time, that's $3 a mile for loaded miles. That is a good rate. That is a very good rate right now. So when I get to San Antonio, I deliver. Well, I deliver at 3:20 a.m. So I'm doing my 10-hour break. I finished my 10-hour break about 9 a.m. But I got up a little earlier than that, probably about 7 a.m. and hit the load boards, which the load board is an app we use that the brokerages put the loads on the board, and we can pick and choose and call on that load and try to work a deal on the load. So I hit the load board about 7 a.m., started looking for freight. Well, all day I looked for something that wasn't going to cost me money, that I was not going to have to reach in my money and pocket and pull money out of my pocket on the money I'd made down there to load out. So I sat there 24 hours. Go ahead, because the load boards, the brokers shut their businesses down at 5 p.m. We don't. We work 24/7 pretty much. So I sat there 24 hours and couldn't get a load. So that hurt the rate that I made down there, $3 a mile. All right. So the next morning I started looking for a load again. I found miles. I'm 5 miles from it for $800. At that, that's a little over $4 a mile loaded miles. It's real close to $4 a mile all in going to Houston. So I did head over. I get the load. They load a damaged pallet on my truck. I ended up sitting there 7 hours. Now I still haven't been paid for that, all that extra time I sat there, because the broker couldn't get their act together and give me a disposition and tell me, okay, it's all right to roll with that load. They was stuck on the fact that I was at the receiver, delivered the load, and didn't get the bill of lading signed. And I kept trying to explain to them, I've never left the shipper. I'm not hauling this damaged product until you tell me to haul it. I'm not being responsible for it. And they're already talking about filing a claim on me. I'm like, who are you going to file a claim on? The shipper for damaging their own product? I am at the shipper. I am not leaving here until I get documentation that I will not be held responsible for this damaged product in my trailer. Now, if I would have been your average trucker, I would have shut my doors and took off and got over to Houston, and they would have charged me for that. They would have put an insurance claim on me for that. All right, this is things that's going on. So, anyways, I run it over there. It's 3 hours. It took me 7 hours to load. It took me 3 hours to run it over there. I get over and unload the next morning and start looking for another load. Guess what? I looked all day yesterday for a load. Couldn't find one. So I'm sitting in Baytown, Texas. This morning, I got up, was looking for a load, could not find one. So I'm deadheading 255 miles home, empty, pulling money out of my pocket because I can't find anything to load. So basically this week, let's see, I've made, 19, 8, 27, 6, $3,300 all week. That's before expenses. My truck payment's $1,000. My truck and trailer payment's $1,000 a week. My fuel bill runs about $1,400 to $1,600 a week. my insurance is $350 a week, and that's without nothing else. You do the math, man. That's what every owner operator and small carrier is dealing with out here right now. It's unsustainable. I'm gonna park it there, man. I'm gonna let y'all get back to what y'all doing. I appreciate y'all listening to us.
Well, we're doing this right now, Jamie, and one of the things we talked about was you could take on a load, and you could even go and pick it up, and then before you even get rolling, a broker's already canceled that and turned it over to somebody else, and now you spent all the time getting over there. You took the load, you went to get over there, and the next thing you know, they've given it to somebody else and told you, oh, never mind. Well, wait a minute. We had a deal. Never mind. I already spent all my money getting there and even loading up. I'm about to roll out, and you're telling me the load's canceled. Now you got to reverse all those actions and figure out where you're going next. And there has to be a cutoff point. And I don't know what that is, but I would say as soon as you take on that load, that's your load, and they cannot broker that load out after the deal is done. That's just my thought process. Maybe I'm a layman. Correct me if I'm wrong, truckers. Speak up, because
Let me put something out there. If I roll to a load or I'm en route to pick up the load after we have a signed rate confirmation, saying, okay, it's your load, go get it. And if I crank my truck and I roll a mile, they owe me a tonneau. It's TONU, which is truck ordered not used. Okay. Now, do we always get it? No, because a lot of times they just ghost you and won't answer your emails or your calls and just basically say, well, the customer didn't approve it. Now, some of them will supply that, but say like last week, all right, I was in the same situation, in the same scenario in San Antonio. I spent the night there, woke up the next morning looking for a load, took a load going back to Dallas for 1,100. All right, we had already agreed. The broker was Trailer Bridge. We had already agreed on the load. It's yours, okay? Well, I got to do a setup packet, which that's a RMIS. I don't know what the abbreviation stands for, but it's an electronic contract, okay? That you go in there and you fill out the information on the contract, agree to their terms, and then you're set up to do the load. So we agreed to 1,100 on the load, okay? Wasn't a very good paying load, but it was going home. I needed to get home and get my tags. Usually I get 1,600 a pop out of San Antonio to Dallas. Took 1,100. Well, so I'm doing the setup package. This was late in the evening too, so I stopped looking for a load. I got my load. We spent about 3 hours going back and forth with him, getting the setup packet done and everything completed. Get it done, and I hit him up. I said, I need my rate confirmation. Oh, I'm sorry. Another broker here accidentally covered the load. All right. So that done me for that day. I could not move that day. I ended up setting to the next day, okay? Because it was past 5 p.m. when we got everything done, and I was still waiting to pick up the load, waiting to get my paperwork to go pick up the load. All right? So this broker and I went back and looked at the load board, and after we had agreed to 1,100 because they had it posted for 9, we agreed to 1,100 for me to haul the load, and everything was complete. It was an agreement. All right. Turn around. I go back after all this happens. I go round and round with this guy, and I tell him, I said, well, why was you even still shopping the load? Being how we'd already come to terms and we already made agreement. I said, that's bad business practices. Oh, I'm sorry. I feel bad. I'm sorry. But there ain't nothing I can do about it. So I go back to the load board, and what they had done after we agreed to 1,100, I was setting up to get my paperwork to go run the load. They reposted the load on the load board for $750. Okay, so they found another truck that was going to do it considerably cheaper than I was and put the load on them. So I took into our Facebook group and I posted the emails and posted who the broker was. Well, everybody in the Facebook group started nailing this broker with emails and calls telling him, that's bad business practices. You've done this and this is who we are. Well, this broker comes back apologizing profusely and issued a public apology and issued me a truck order not used, which is unheard of if you have not moved your truck en route to that load. He knew he had done it, but still, Okay, we agreed to 1,100. So if he moved the load at 750 and he paid me 150, that makes $900. He still made an extra $200 off of the load by doing what he had done. It happens every day. Double brokering, co-brokering. A double brokering is when a broker or a carrier takes a load, agrees to it, and then moves it out to another carrier. That's double brokering. Uh, Co-brokering is between broker to broker, but they say it's legal, but it's the same damn practice. They got an MC just like we do. Same practice, but they say it's legal. But I've been sitting on the load board and see, like, other day I was watching one. It was posted for a good rate, like 320 a mile. Okay, I've been watching the load all day by a nobody brokerage, a small brokerages. All of a sudden it disappears and it pops back up for TQL, and they posted it for $700 cheaper than the other broker. So they took the load from the other broker, accepted the load, and then at a good rate, and then put it back out $700 lower than what they booked it with that broker from. It's illegal. It's bad business. It's predatory, but it happens every day. That's what's killing the market out here, is that kind of stuff right there. I'm on park, brother.
Hey, I don't know if I'm still rubber banding or not. I don't mean to interrupt. Marlon or Maga, can you give Shane Meglin
Yeah,
a
I've
mic?
already done that, sir. I've already done that, sir. I'm very aware that he's here, and I have handed out mics to everybody. If they want to speak, they can come up. Thank you, Jake, for pointing that out, and I appreciate it.
No, I have a question. I wanted to ask him. That's the reason why.
I would
Okay,
love to. I would love to have that happen. That the
Okay.
space is for that. Yep, we're gonna get to that hopefully. Brandy.
All right, man.
I'm going to be very brief. I'm hearing what Texas says, and the only side I've seen this from on trucking is from the employer side. I used to call for trucks. Going to be very vague, but I have a close family member in Texas, and I'm talking to Texas, and Big Daddy. I know you're in here too. I have a very close family member who has their own business, extremely successful machine shop, and we move a lot of steel. And if it's of interest to either one of you to run just in Texas, maybe for that company, or maybe if you're interested in going from Houston to Arizona, which they do a lot with finished product, I could definitely at least connect y'all with someone that you could possibly talk to, so that you could maybe look in the area of getting out of having to run for someone else and actually doing it for yourself. Maybe specifically running for one company that has been around for over 30, 40 years now. Actually, I'm 47. No, let me back that up. About 60 years now in the family. Yeah, I wouldn't mind connecting y'all. I hate hearing what y'all go through. This is just, it's a disgrace. And
Yeah, Brandy, we got a flatbed, so we would be interested. Reach out to me, hon. We are here in Texas, so yeah, we would be more than interested, and we appreciate it.
I'll do it.
I think
Go ahead,
Chris.
Chris.
So I wanted to throw some numbers out there as well. So I just got off the phone with a friend of mine that has 6 trucks under his carrier MC, and he just told me he ended up losing $400 last month between all of his trucks. Some of his trucks individually actually made a little bit of money, but in total, for his total business, he ended up pulling almost $400 out of his pocket. out of his own pocket just to cover his business for last month. That's how bad it is getting out here. That's why we do need to shut down and say enough's enough. We need to start making some money so we can actually maintain these equipment and be safe out on these roads. That's what it boils down to. We have to be safe on these roads to actually run these loads, but we have to be able to make the money to keep these trucks maintained, to keep them safe on the road. And I'll leave it there.
Well, the worst part is like, just what Texas is talking about. These guys can't even find a parking spot, to be able to sleep at night. I mean, there's all kinds of problems. It's not just the brokerage. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. So yeah, it's a problem. It's and especially calling it out. And if you've been in any of these spaces, you would see it coming, right? I mean, I guess that's what it boils down to.
Or the problem is not the brokers are doing what anybody else or most people in today's day and age would do, put in the what most people is sad, but they're doing what most people in this day and age would do, and that's taking advantage. That's the way it is, but that's its fault for this to happen and not coming in and putting their foot down and putting some enforcement on these people. That's the problem. I mean, we've been saying that from the start. The brokers are being brokers, but the brokers are not regulated. The regulations they have, there's no enforcement. I mean, we talked about it. Most brokerages are regulated. Stock brokers are regulated. Real estate brokers have caps. But we're sitting out here in a market. If you go into brokerages and household goods, the moving business, they're audited. They have rules and regulations, and they enforce it on them. But general freight brokers, they do not. They have no enforcement on the general freight brokers, brother. That's the problem. The problem is the government not doing their job and enforcing the rules and regulations because they're there. Me and Matt sat and read them last night. Tell him, MAGA, we sat and read them like they're there. There's just no enforcement. There's no way for them to enforce it.
Well, I lost your audio there, Jamie. There has to be oversight, penalties. It's going to have to go to legislation to change it, or else it's going to keep going. Or somebody has to step in and cite the violations that are going on and hold people accountable finally and follow the 1980 Carrier Act, I guess. I mean, that's part of it. But there's so many other pieces to that. There's amendments and other... It's not just one specific thing. It's a lot of different things. So it's a big issue. Marlon, please jump in.
So the better part is even just the relationships that we're making with candidates and, sitting politicians, it only strengthens your point in years to come. So these relationships we're going to build on and be able to, hey, take these people through the voting process, possibly to your state government, possibly to the Congress. I mean, we're going to take the trip with them. I think that's the better part.
Well, it looks like some people answered the bat signal that I put up, the eagle signal, whatever. Albert showed up. Shane showed up. I would like to speak with Nate Kane about some issues with cybersecurity and national security. But every single one of these items is threatening the nation. And there's so many, from election integrity to the truckers. I mean, everywhere you turn, it's like every single item seems to be degrading America one step at a time. Let's get to Jake. And Jake, please.
Yeah, I just want to ask Shana, a question, and if he doesn't mind stepping up, it's not anything. It's not gotcha media crap. I'm just curious as to what the general consensus is what he's hearing behind the scenes with from other representatives with the stuff that's going on in trucking. I sent him a message letting him know that there's a shutdown looming, and I didn't receive a response back, which is okay. But I'm curious as to what's going on behind the scenes with these lawmakers that represent us. What are they saying? If you wouldn't mind taking a mic, man, and just giving an idea as to what they're hearing, what they're saying. I'll leave it at that, sir.
Thanks, Jake. Shane is in the room. He's listening, and he may not be able to grab a mic at this time, but if he does, that would be great. Sometimes I try not to pressure people too much because they might be busy and they're listening, and they're probably screaming at their phone going, I'm right here, I'm making some coffee or I'm doing something, and I'll step right up, I got so much stuff going on in the background. So everybody the mics are open, the space is open to talk, everybody's welcome, and I really want to get the lawmakers in here to have this discussion. We talked about it like a week or I think last week or so. This is one major issue, so hopefully, and we got Thomas in the house too, so that's great. Marlon, please.
Yeah, I was actually going to turn to Thomas, and I know he's running for Lindsey Graham's job, and we all know that that's the particular rhino that people are calling out now, and really he's been around the spaces. I know he's heard of NOAA, and there's possibly some implications coming. So I would love to hear Thomas's view.
Guys, I'm sorry. I apologize. I got in late. I was actually in another room speaking to a lot of individuals that were having heated discussion about reparations in America, and being a candidate. I think it's something important that I give an ear out to listen for. Like I said, I'm just getting in here, so if you guys don't mind to give me a chance just to get acquainted with the discussion, and I will put my hand back up and get back into this discussion. But if I can just get a few minutes just to sit here and listen.
Certainly.
Sorry.
Yeah, just 1 second, Marlon. So Thomas, I have a couple items put up in the nest up above. The first one on the far left is about the truckers and how they're struggling. It's a whole write-up on that. And then I also put in something up there about maintaining America's sovereignty. And then I also put up something about election integrity. So in those documents or those write-ups, there's a lot of items to cover today. Right now we're covering the truckers and what's going on with them. Just go ahead and give it a brief read. That'll get you up to date. There's a lot of double brokering going on. The load rates are declining. The cost of operating is going up. The liabilities on the trucker, the safety is suffering because of all these items, and it's a degrading process. We're on a very swift decline to a complete collapse of this industry, which would then probably most likely be swept up by some large monopoly corporation or some company that would be waiting, just like a vulture on the branch, waiting for it to self-destruct so it can sweep in and do it for for your convenience, right? Well, then it's just like the brick and mortar shops. If you've noticed, the brick and mortar shops are closing down because of the looting, the rioting, all the costs to operate. The cost to run a store. That's why we're going all digital. Why Amazon is doing so well. You can't run a business. Walmart's are shutting down. Burlington Coat Factory is shutting down. There's a lot of businesses out there that are shutting down from the ground up. There's a lot of mom and pop shops that just can't run. And I think it's going to get worse and worse and worse. So this is just another one of those items where you have somebody who's trying to chase the American dream. They're trying to provide for their family, own their own business, and they can't even do that. So, yeah, that was a long rant. Marlon, jump in.
No, you said it well, and I didn't mean to put Thomas on the spot there. Sorry about that, buddy. So, yeah, it's and now that the strike is looming, so this is something that magamission.org has been covering for the last 4 or 5 months. We've talked about these problems in my spaces, have really let some of the American people know that this was coming. So now, we had some experiences late in the week there, and things that are affecting trucking are coming out, and even the own members are, most of it's volunteer to get this thing off the ground, and they're working jobs in the background. So these are true Americans that are having these struggles, and that's why we thought it was so important to be able to bring these subjects up and talk about them in the spaces. And the better part, Thomas, is it goes well beyond Twitter here. So Matt's done a great job and be able to get our go on the Bing, right? So the digital imprint's happening, and we want these issues to go with us, and you too.
Hey, I just want to let you guys know I hit Nate Kane up to come in and speak about the cybersecurity issues. So I haven't received anything back from him yet, but I did give him a heads up that he's being requested.
Cool. Yeah, Jason was in here, and I wanted to talk to him about what's going on with him. If he reconnects, that would be great. And we got Warrior in the house. We got a lot of people in the house. Yeah, just want to say hi to Warrior. How you doing this morning, sir?
Doing good, guys. Doing good. Important conversation for sure. I did send a couple tweets out. Matt, I took yours and quote tweeted it to the GOP, and we need to get somebody's attention on this for sure. This is bad. So, good conversation, and we need to take some actions out of this and see what we can do to help.
Go ahead, Jake.
I was just going to say, for all you common folk out there that aren't in the Senate or aren't a representative, we need you guys to speak up and bring awareness to this issue that we're having. Truck drivers are the DNA of this country. We're bringing it to you so you can eat it and so you can wear it. And everything moves by truck, and we're out here hollering and screaming that we're having issues. Contact your senators and your elected representatives, because they listen. We've been in contact with them, and we've let them know that our supply chain is at risk because drivers have had enough. And if you just can't afford to do business anymore, I wouldn't call it a strike. It's not. We're just going home. And they want us to run and just take what they're shoveling down our throats, and we're not going to do it no more. I'm tired of it, and it just so happens, I got a little bit of a platform that I can speak on, and I know everybody else is tired of it, because we wouldn't be as popular as we are if things were hunky-dory out here. I guarantee it. We would look like fools, but someone, some dumb old truck driver like me kind of looks pretty good out here getting loud with people. So that tells you something. We need to speak up as a collective, and we need to get that to the people that make the rules and that represent us, because an individual does not have a voice as strong as a collective does, and that's what we're here for. The National Owner Operators Association is just that. We're an association for owner operators, and we're out here shaking the bush, making noise. They need to start listening, or they're going to run out of toilet paper on the 21st. I guarantee it. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, a walkout or a strike in this regard would be extremely impactful. It's going to be uncomfortable, not just for the American people, but for the truckers themselves. I mean, they're going to be sacrificing their ability to operate, or they're going to put a pause on that. And they're going to get heard. It has to go through the process, though. I mean, you're going to get their attention, and hopefully that will push this to the front and make it, imperative that it's addressed quicker, or else this uncomfortable situation will continue. And I don't want the American people to suffer. I know the truckers don't want the American people to suffer. Nobody wants America to suffer in this regard. We just want to see action and change in government and policy and law. That's all. Just let's see some motion. Let's see some action being raised, and then maybe people can rest easy knowing that we have their attention. They're gonna work on it. We're gonna get it addressed quicker, or at least get the ball rolling. Anyways, Shane, I want to apologize to everybody. Maybe the controls were locked up because I sent out so many invites. Maybe it canceled out his ability to take a mic. So I want to apologize for that if that was what happened. This platform is glitchy at best. So we do our best to make all the combinations of things that have to happen work. Shane, welcome to the floor, sir. And sorry to cut everybody off, but Shane, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, and no, I think your request probably came through, but my phone keeps ringing, so all of a sudden you guys don't realize that I'm there, but I'm not there, and then I come back and whatever. But it's for good things, because some of what you were all saying is you got to get involved, and I'm just going to give you, this is a little off topic, but it goes to the point of getting involved. So some of you probably have seen me in a space advocating for a young man who's being charged with 2 felonies for making his own firearms. And that's who I was just talking to. But he had some what perceived to be fairly good movement in court yesterday. They actually postponed his pretrial, which was a bad thing. But in the end, they discovered some positive things. So we're waiting to see how that plays out in the next few days. I mean, the kid, this is a 21-year-old young man, and yesterday was probably one of the happiest days he's had in a long time, just based on some of the direction it went. So I don't want to get too far into it, but we're trying to arrange to get him on Kyle Serafin's podcast, or he can't personally do it. His lawyers have advised him not to do public appearances, but his mom could do it, and some of the local advocacy can do it too. But so that was a really good thing. And then another part of this, and this goes to the point of getting involved in the stuff that we all can do. And a couple of days ago, somebody came to me, a veteran in a nearby town who was took 2 7.62s to the chest in Vietnam. He's a Purple Heart recipient. And some contractor basically schnooked him out of $4,500 and never came back to do the work. And last night at about 11 p.m., I got a phone call from a concrete guy who said, "Don't worry about it. We'll cover the whole thing. Let's go." So there's some positives out there, right? And it's a matter of organizing people, finding people, but we come together. And it is important that everybody talks to their state representatives, their state senators, your local county commissioners, all of it. Every from top to bottom, but being involved is very important. Go to your local committees, precincts, whatever they call them, depending on which state you live in, and because you literally then dictate who your representatives are going forward, whether they're school boards, county commissioners, city council members, all of it, all the way up the food chain. And I mean, I had to earn the trust of my local people when I first ran before they would skip behind me, and here I am. And I actually was part of that board for quite a while, and supported the person before me. So it is very important, and that's how we can do things. I know I've been in some of these trucker spaces before, and I've told you that I had a friend that was in the brokerage stuff. So I did talk to him probably a week and a half ago, and he's not, from his perspective, he's not seeing what you guys are talking about. And now he operates out of central Minnesota. I don't even know the name of his company he works for, and I mean, I tried to get, I guess I don't know all the terminology you guys use well enough to ask the right questions, probably, but I was trying to get an idea, what are you seeing per mile? Because I've heard of you guys enough to know what is crap, right? But he said, well, it varies so much depending on what it is and how long it is, where it's going, what it is, all that. But he's kind of seeing more in the $3 to $4 range stuff. On for the most part, some things are far more unique. I get all that, but there's caveats to it. And he got kind of into the weeds in that part, which didn't make any sense to me. But so he wasn't seeing it. So I don't know if they're smaller or what have you. But I know he's like, just in general time when I talk to him, he's got, he's monitoring loads all over the country. So, I mean, they must be fairly big as best I understand it. But maybe at some point, if he's willing, I don't know if he would, but maybe he could come in and speak to this stuff because he would obviously understand your terminology and industry stuff better than I do. But it is very, very important that elections matter, and it matters in every aspect, because for everything you're hearing about the plight of these truckers, you need not look any further than the plight of what's about to happen to our farmers. And if there isn't enough ag land in production anymore, and if it's all covered in solar panels, or they're going to say that you can't have cows farting anymore, I mean, this is going to impact each and every one of us on many, many fronts, and they're obviously pushing for this from multiple directions. Reports just came on the energy grid on a nationwide level, and it has never been so weak. And this winter, they are looking at like indefinite or imminent blackouts and brownouts. So when you think about the northern half of the country hovering in the 2030 zero range, there's a blackout.
Shane, you're starting to
Stuff
you're
is
starting
really
to
important.
rubber band, brother. I wanted to just touch on what you talked about first. We did do a space called the political prosecution of I believe it was Walker Anderson, and that is on YouTube and Rumble. And I encourage you to check it out because we laid out everything that was happening to that young man who was being prosecuted for that. Shane,
Am
you
I
back?
am I coming through clear now?
Yeah, now you are, brother.
So thank you because I don't remember who was all in those spaces, whatever. But so here's the situation on this. I mean, in a sort of a nutshell, because it is kind of cute. So the prosecutor moves to postpone the pretrial for 2 weeks. Of course, that pisses Walker and his mom off big time because they took the day off work, blah, 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 right? And they're just dragging it out, which means that his attorney got, he's going to charge him to come down here, and they're just wasting money that they can. So his attorney requests to see the two firearms in question. So upon review, and she's trying to push aside the federal law. She doesn't want that addressed because she's trying to exclude the expert witness was a federal witness, and she's trying to get his testimony excluded from the trial, saying that we're not applying federal law here. We're talking about state statute. Well, then, okay, if we're going to play that game, under state statute, it talks about it has to be marked or uniquely marked or something that I don't remember the exact language. It's 609667 is the statute, and it doesn't say where. Well, come to find out, on the top of each one of these things, there is a serial number. Now, it's for that particular part, but based on the state statute, which was very poorly written, it means that they have serial numbers on them. And she literally looked at Walker's attorney and said, well, thank you for not embarrassing me in the courtroom with this. She realizes she just stepped in it. So we're waiting to see where it goes. I mean, she may double down. She may turn it over to the overzealous liberal attorney general, state attorney general. We don't know. But for the moment, she literally has got herself boxed in, and we're kind of finding this humorous. So that's kind of where it's at.
That's awesome. That's so great. Marlon, jump in, please. Comment.
I'll be quick. To Shane's point on the firearm, even if he would put a 1 with a magic marker, would have identified the firearm, right? So they really broke down the definition of it and really skewed it. Now remember, this man, he created this weapon on his own property, firing it on his own property, and somebody called. That's when they arrested the kid, just to give the space a little premise.
Well, our rights are being violated, and one at a time they're being stripped from us. Texas, you got your hand up, I know, but I got to turn back to real quick. We'll keep rolling. Thomas, you raised your hand, and then Jason, and then Texas. So Thomas, please.
Yeah, I'll keep this quick. So I have a friend who's actually, he works in the trucking field. He's a broker. His name is Steve Oatley. He actually has a channel on um, on YouTube that he's been speaking out about the indignities that are being forced upon the trucking community. I mean, if you look around, anything that you come in contact with in your home or in business, all of that travels by the truck. And just the compensation that our owner operators have, or I'll say have not gotten from our government. We're talking about individuals who spend a massive amount of time away from their families and loved ones on the road. They're providing a needed service to this country. And let's face it, if the trucking community goes down, everything that we know in um, our daily lives are going to be impacted by that. So I think there's issues that need to also be brought up. And I'm sure that you guys have spoken about this. I've heard it from many people, additional pay, pay for time being away from family members, pay for additional pay for things such as, when our truckers are out on the road and they're actually driving, they're restricted to the number of hours that they can drive on the road, and the pay that they receive while they're in their rest period is horrific. I mean, that there is to say it's a compensation is almost a joke. So I do believe that there are things that need to be brought up, that need to be actually acted upon. We need to start, compensating our drivers and our workers in the trucking field, because once again, let's face it, if our truckers go down, our way of life goes down. So keep up this strong work.
Thank you. And I didn't want Joshua, I see you down there. Sorry, you're in the lower left corner of my screen, so I kind of missed you, but I got to go to Jason in Texas, and then we'll get to you, Joshua. Just please hang on. Be patient, everybody. Jason, please jump in.
Hey, everyone. Good morning. Just wanted to say thank you to the truckers. You guys are the salt of the earth patriots, like everyone in this room. Matt, Marlon, appreciate you. I just have some questions regarding this. I have been in a number of your spaces and been following this specific subject. One is, and it's probably rhetorical, but I'm assuming this is a nationwide problem and not isolated to any one part of the United States. And two is, how much solidarity is there for this walk-off? I'm assuming it's pretty wide. Also, wondering is NOAA lining up their PR campaign to counteract the opposing narrative that would come out from something like that walk-off occurring? And is there a pre-written letter that you can put forth for us to send out to our state and federal representatives? I think that might be useful for everyone in this room. Thanks.
Go to Jake, Matt, please, and then I'll go to Jake. Please.
Yeah, of course. Jake, please jump in.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the noise here. Give me just one. I had to start my truck here, so it's my low air buzzer. It actually works, and there it goes off. Okay. No, there's not a pre-written narrative to counteract anything. We're trying to. Can you hear me?
Albert, yeah, Albert, I can hear. Wait, hold on one second, Albert. We have a speaker right now, and maybe you can't hear them, so let's readjust. I'll drop you down, bring you right back up. Okay, Albert?
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep, I hear you just fine.
Okay. No, there's not a pre-written narrative that we can put out to counteract any, anything bad, fallout or anything. We do have solidarity, but unfortunately, it's on the bulk of it's on Facebook, and Facebook is just what it is. But the word is getting out there. It's not 100% by any means, known or whatever. It's just not out there. We're not the ones calling for a shutdown. We're hearing it from everybody else, and we're just going along with it because the only narrative that we have that we're putting out there is it's not going to be brake safety check week. It's going to be broker reform week for us. That's what we're calling it. There's a lot that goes into what's happening, a lot of variables, and money is the root of it, and we can't make it. We're not making it to maintain our trucks, and we're not making it to have a quality of life that what you would expect for someone that's gone for weeks on end, that works, that we're limited to work 70 hours a week, and 90% of us work more than that on a regular basis. It's tough out here, sir, and we don't want to see anybody hurt, and we understand, but we've been hurt long enough, and it can't keep continuing on. Things are at at pandemic levels. And it's not long enough, and it's time for us to step back and think because we can't continue at this pace. It's impossible. It's impossible. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, I just want you to know you have my support 110%, sir. Appreciate you.
Yeah, we appreciate your support, man. We ask that anybody just jump in here, contact your representatives, senators, your local representatives, anybody. Will listen because that is where the change is going to be made. Speak is great. We understand people are going through a lot because we are too. Mike and Jamie, that basically, we're the voice of that. I'm sitting in the front seat of my truck as we speak. I'm working. Mike sits behind a computer working, running a trucking company. Jamie is the same exact way as me. We self-dispatch, and for the people that are just joining this space or just haven't heard it yet, you need to call your local representative, your elected representative, and let them know that a shutdown is looming and our national security is at interest. We can't continue on this path of brokers not being held accountable. I heard Shane speaking earlier about the broker that he's friends with is seeing $3 and $4 a mile. Unless you get direct freight from a shipper, there's no truck drivers out here that are seeing $3 and $4 a mile. It's $1.50 a mile or under, or $2 a mile or under, and it's not sustainable. And it's at that epidemic level now where we don't want to do it no more. We've had enough. We're stepping back. This brake safety week that DOT is going to hit us with on August 20th. We're just going to go home and let it burn because we're tired of it. And I'll just leave it at that.
Just want to jump in real quick. As a citizen, you may not have the words or the tools to share with your local representative. So I try to write pieces. I'm trying to write pieces now that are almost like that letter that you need with the information and the data. And then further, we're working with NOAA to help them formulate things for change. So there's a lot of things going on in the background, but if you look at some of the information and share it with your local representatives, maybe they'll at least get a little bit more interested and dive in deeper. And you don't have to necessarily write the letter yourself. You can take one of the blogs or pieces that we're putting out and just share it. Even the space, you can share the space or the YouTube, channel or the space we're having right now. It's going to get posted. You could share it. Then they can listen. But what some of the people said earlier. It's like the terminology, the evidence, the premise, all of these things, if they're in writing, a local representative can actually process that information if it's laid out in a format that they understand. Because when Jamie talks about all these things going on, you hear a lot of numbers, you hear a lot of things, and it's like, yeah, okay, it just sounds like maybe they're saying it just sounds like disgruntled truckers to me. They just want to make more or whatever. I hear you, but if you lay it out as the premise is this, the evidence is this, the change needs to be this, you cite the specifics, write it. We're writing it out as we speak, so it's happening, and we're going to
Matt?
be presenting this evidence. Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
Matt, you're speaking my language, Matt. I mean, I just think that, if we are going to contact our representatives, when we contact our representatives, the way we speak about it and, working in lockstep with NOAA to hit these bullet points and really get this message out in a way that they understand it, because, they talk a different language. And that's, you and I are right there with each other, buddy.
Well, it could be overwhelming, They got a lot of things they're thinking about and working on. It could be really overwhelming. It's just like, whoa, I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. So we lay it out in a language they can understand. They can sit down and they can figure it out right there. It's all black and white. Yep. That's great. Thanks, Jason. Texas, and then we got to go to Joshua and then some other people here.
Yes, sir. Got a couple of things I wanted to say. And Mr. Meekland, I would be interested in knowing who that brokerage is, because I would like to do some research and see what. Okay, you say $3 to $4 a mile. Is that what they're getting on the lanes, or what they're paying the trucks to run these lanes? There's a lot of things that factor into that. I'm just going to give you some information so maybe you can use. The length of the run factors into the price of the run greatly. So if I book a 20 or 30 mile run, I might be able to get $3 or $4 a mile out of it. But when you go to a $300 or $400 mile run right now, that's where the average is. That's where I'm running right now to keep my rates up. Problem is I can't get enough loads off a week to make the income I need to be profitable, because I end up sitting trying to find them loads. But I can't run the long haul and run my truck 3,500 miles a week at $1.50, $1.80 a mile. So it's a catch-22. I'm going to pull some searches on Minnesota, and I will screenshot them to you, and I'll send them to you in messages to show you what the rates are paying around in and out of Minnesota. But I would be interested, maybe him talking to the association and edifying us on it, because we're not seeing that. That's not what we're seeing, and I can supply the receipts to prove what I'm saying. It's not what somebody's telling me. But yeah, I appreciate you, Mr. Meekland. You know I do, brother. You're a damn good man, and I'm glad to have you in that spot, and I'm glad to have you speaking and thinking about our plight. Mr. Thomas, bro, I support you, man. I support anybody that's trying to unseat a rhino. I appreciate your words, your wisdom, and your stance and where you're going. So you have me behind you 100%, brother. I'm a nobody, really. I'm just an old Texas trucker, man. As far as Jason, we are the PR, brother. We do have PR, but we are the PR. We're the ones out here combating the narratives and combating the attacks made on us for the things we do in our stance, because we get a lot of them. I mean, Mike gets death threats. I've had people call me a scammer, call me this, call me that. You know what? I have not made a dime off of anything. I have not requested a dime, and I will not make a dime. I'm out here doing the advocacy because it's the right thing to do. Now, people don't like that because they stand to lose money or clout by what we're doing, so they do attack us. But we are the PR, brother. We're the voice. Never wanted to be in this position, but here I am. And we started this with MAGA Mission back in late March. I've been with them a little longer. I was doing the advocacy. We was talking about the problems with trucking before I ever met Noah or we ever come together. Here's what you got to know, everybody in this push that's in the head of the spear we haven't known each other but a few months, but we was all singing the same song, the same tune, and we came together and figured out, hey, we feel the same or we see the same problems. Let's band together and let's do this. So that's where we come from, and that's what we're doing. We are pro trucker. We are about the men and women sitting in the seat getting the job done. Now, Mr. Thomas, I've never heard of anybody paying a driver for their off time when you're in sleeper or your time on the road. The way it works out here, brother, if these wheels ain't turning, you ain't earning. I'm gonna park it there, brother. But we are working on some documentation that we can put together and send to people that want it, that they can put their signature, read through it, put their signature on it if they agree with it, and send it to their representatives. A lot of people don't know how to put that stuff together or what to say or what to do because they don't know the jargon and lingo. We've got to break that barrier and start being more, when we express ourselves, start going more into details of exactly what we're saying. We fall victim to that just like any other organization that throwing figures, numbers, and stuff around. We forget that the people that we're talking to and the people that we need to reach out to and give this message may not know what we're talking about. So it's something that we're working on as an association and as people, to be able to reach out and give people the information in a way that they understand it. We apologize for that. I apologize for that because I'm as bad as anybody else at getting to throwing the jargon around and the rhetoric and don't clarify exactly what it means. But we are working on something to put together that if somebody wants to get involved and reach out to us and say, hey, I want to get with my senator or my congressman or my local people and share this information and get the eyes on it to where you can basically just read over it, sign it, and then send it out to them. The more of these people that see it and pay attention to it, the more our message grows and what we're dealing with. So I'm gonna park it there. I am working right now. I'm 23 miles from my house. I'm not getting paid, but I'm working, brother. That's the way it is out here. A lot of all day long and don't make anything, not a dime. End up spending probably $400 or $500 what it's cost me just to get home off the road. Wasn't planning on coming home. I was planning on staying out and working, but I mean, it's going to cost me, if I got to sit there and idle my truck all weekend. My truck uses a gallon of fuel an hour, so it's 24 gallons a day. That's about $200 a day to sit there and idle my truck so I can run my AC and keep cool. So I might as well go spend it at home and be able to kill my rig. That's the reality of trucking today, brother. Thank you.
Hey, Texas, if I can address what you had brought up, I'm offended that this country does not pay, if that is a fact, nationwide, our truckers that are spending time away from their families. And here's the thing: we've got some historical background to support something called family separation pay. Okay, this is something that the military has done for decades for our veterans that are either deployed or are on assignments away from their family. So there is a clear strategy that we can enforce the federal government to start being mandated to pay for an issue such as family separation, because let's face it, truckers spend so much time on the road actually doing the job, and who's paying for it? It's your family members, it's you, it's I don't know how many individuals that are in the trucking community that I've come across that are divorced, and it's simply because of the fact of the amount of time that you guys spend out on the road. So, any information, Texas, that you can come up with, that you can formulate, if you can forward any of that information to me, send me a DM, reach out to me. I'll share with you my direct phone number so that we can keep in contact. This is atrocious to not compensate our drivers for doing the job that is essential in this country, but yet to turn their backs on, what you guys are giving up, your time away from home. Let's face it, our country doesn't run if our trucks aren't out on the road. So Texas, please reach out to me. Please reach out to me.
I will do. I want to bring something up, and this will help you understand where we're at. Okay, I'm sorry, Marlon. Just okay. So through COVID, when we was essential, because we was essential workers, frontline workers, we were needed. So the FMCSA through COVID done what they called a waiver of the hours of service for emergency restocking of distribution centers and stuff like that. Anything paper, drugs, pet supplies, food going to distribution centers, or fuel, or so many things that they exempted from the hours of service. That at that point they said, okay, well, we need you to run. So we're going to do away with these hours of service regulations that say you can only run 11 hours a day or 70 hours a week. Now we're going to allow you to run as many hours as you can. The only requirement is you take a 10-hour break when you deliver before you pick up your next load. So saying that, they said that I can run from Washington State to the tip of Florida, which is 3,500 miles, nonstop if I can physically do it, because we're in a state of emergency. And when I get there, the only requirement is I take a 10-hour break before I take my next load. Now, here's my stance on it, sir. My stance is we are in a state of emergency currently right now in the trucking industry. Where is our support? We gave our support. We done what was asked of us. We done what was needed to keep the country and keep our people, because we're patriotic Americans. We love our country. We love our people, man. And we done what we needed to be done to keep this country where it needed to be. But as soon as they didn't need us no more in the scamdemic, price down so low where they can't even maintain their vehicles, and then it's hit them with inspection week and put them out of service and rob them some more. And then we can go to the Congress and show the results of inspection week, because they take them results and regulations on the trucker, man. And that's the state of it. That's where we're at, and that's how we feel. I'm going to park it there, brother. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. And we're going to be going to Joshua in just a second. The discussion, the big overall 30,000-foot view is there's a lack of transparency in the load rates. There's obvious unfair practices and exploitation by the brokers. There's inconsistent and varying load rates across the nation that make it very difficult to navigate this issue. And there needs to be accountability across the industry and when these things are violated. So, but that's just one issue. I mean, we didn't even talk about the infrastructure to keep the trucking industry going. So we're just addressing right now the transparency of load rates, essentially. I mean, that's predominantly, I mean, there were some other things about infrastructure and all that stuff in there. But each one of these things we're going to be bringing forward to our local reps or to Congress is each one of these items, and one of them is the transparency and the enforcement of loads across the nation. Joshua has been hanging out. Marlon, please go, and then we'll turn it over to you, Joshua. I'm so sorry it took so long to get to you, brother. Marlon.
Hey, just remember, Texas, I heard you say something like, you're just the average guy. You know what? I'm the average guy. Mag is the average guy. Jason's the average guy. Warrior's the average guy. So collectively, with a voice and education, my man, you see where we're going, Jason. So great to have you.
Joshua, thank you for being patient. Man, you held on there. It's not quite one of those other spaces where you got to wait 2 hours, but you had to wait a long time, Joshua.
It's all right. First of all, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Joshua Youngblood. I'm over here on Twitter trying to fight the MAGA fight over by my writing and my art. But my brief history of me, I used to work in the intelligence, military intelligence, and in the communications for the Air Force and for the Army. So I was a veteran of both branches. And I don't know necessarily a lot about the trucking industry other than it is a targeted industry by our enemies because we are in an unconventional, irregular warfare. You have, countries like China and are these what are they called? Excuse me. The UN or any of these people. Nobody voted for these people, and they're trying to dictate to us crisis that they keep on perpetuating because really they act a lot like a cult. And they're trying to attack our energy and logistics centers because their whole goal is to destroy the sovereignty of America. And in order to do that, they target industries such as yours, like trucking, because we, as America, have an Achilles heel compared to a lot of other countries that are developed, like in Europe. We are reliant upon the trucking industry because of our geography, because it is so vast. We do not have trains, and not only that, they destroyed the privatization of the train industry. So therefore, we can't move freight across the country at in an efficient manner. So we are reliant upon these truckers, and they know this, and they make a ton of money off it too, off of the taxes that they put on energy, and they make a ton of money off it, and they love it. And that's why you have your diesel fuel just constantly going up, and it doesn't go down, and it's awful. So our enemies know that if they attack our energy, every other price goes up. This is the best way that they can destroy our economy outside of the bonds and treasury markets and just terrible practices by Wall Street. Truckers in general, they should be absolutely exempt from all energy taxes. I don't know why they aren't, considering how essential they are. But I just want to get with you guys, and I love the speeches that you guys are doing. I love the action that you guys are taking because that is real patriotic, really patriotic. And everyone needs to take action. Everyone needs to take action now, and it's not just in the trucking industry. It is in your local communities. It is on the state level. It is on the county level. It is on the national level. Because what is happening right now, they're trying to gaslight the nation. They are trying to gaslight the nation, making us say that we cannot believe our eyes, we cannot believe our ears, we cannot believe what we are seeing, that we are not the arbiters of our own truth, that we are not able to see, but to perceive reality, that they need to be the middleman of information, that they need to be the ones that dictate what is misinformation, what is disinformation, and things like that. It is a tragedy. And they're trying to tell us that what we're seeing is, well, it's okay. It's not okay. We have a demented president. He has no idea where he is half the time. And I knew that we were screwed when it was an Easter and the Easter bunnies jumped in front of him when he was walking towards the press. Does anyone else remember that? He was walking towards the press and the Easter bunny's like, no, you can't go over there. And I was like, well, who the hell is handling the president of the United States? And that guy has the nuclear codes. And we have been at closer to war with Russia, nuclear conflict with Russia than we ever have before. And they're trying to tell us like, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Trump, and then they're always deflecting and whatever. But the fact of the matter is there's real actual issues to be considered, to include the trucking industry, the lifeblood of American freight. And the people in the cities, they don't understand where their products come from. They don't understand how it gets there. They don't even understand logistics networks. They don't understand monetary policy. They don't understand anything like that. And so what you guys are doing, I would have to say that it is great. I love to hear action being attempted. And I want to speak to Shane here a little bit. Just one question to you, being that you are of a state legislature, is there any talk of Convention of States, which is sanctioned by the Article 5 of the United States Constitution? And we'll get to that. But my last thing that I want to talk about is these people are saying, I don't know how to, do this. I don't know how to talk to my countyman. I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to write these letters. I don't feel comfortable. Look, we are living in an era. We are living in an age of AI. This is the newest revolution that is happening right now. And if you are not using this for action, for the people, and we allow AI to get in control of collectivist, of a collectivized centralist corporatists, we are screwed. So we need to start using AI for the people, by the people, because you can tell AI, it'll act like an assistant. You could say, hey, write me a letter to do this so I can contact my congressman. I don't really like that. Make it more patriotic. Make it more with more gusto. And it will do it. Or, hey, I wrote this. I need you to look over it and try to add this. And it will do it for you. And it will tell you exactly how you need to do what you need to do. It'll be your taskmaster. And you can actually utilize this in order to create more action. We should not falter to these to our enemies. And please, if this message resonates with you, check out my pinned tweet. But I'm going to listen in, and if I have anything else to say, I'll raise my hand. But I'm gonna give it back to you, Marlon and Maga.
Thanks, Joshua. Hey, you touched on energy. You touched on a lot of things. A lot of those things are up in the nest right now because of what you said. I put up a write-up I did about energy and sovereignty and security and all that stuff. But the real message, because there's a lot of people in here right now, I really want you to go to Early Vote Action. And I need you to follow what Scott Pressler is doing. There's training there. There's information there. And I also want you to go to Votify Now, votifynow.org, or go to your Google Play Store or Apple Store and download Votify Now. That is the tool. And just like you said, Joshua, we're in the middle of the digital age. We're in the middle of AI and all these things. We have never had a time in our history where the public square is nationwide, worldwide, right now, where your voices can be heard, and we're using the digital age to fight this battle. We're putting the information out on every platform we can, and we're working really hard to do that. So please, if I could land home one message, start your journey at Votify Now or Early Vote Action. That's where your journey and your education begins. And if you're really passionate about like Joshua is here, do that, and you'll find that there's lots of resources there. He addressed Shane Meckland directly, Marlon. Marlon, you go, and then it has to turn to Shane because that's the rules.
Joshua, I'm glad you brought the military thing up. Let me tell you, 85% of the infrastructure of our military is done by owner-operators. Not only that, it's also one of the ones that are have some predator brokers in the process. So we hear fraud cases coming out of the military contracts all the time. So I'm glad you brought that up because it's something that we need to look at. Shane, how you doing, man? Go ahead.
So I'm going to start with Joshua for what office, because that was pretty cool. I'm just going to throw that out there. Dude, you got to run for office. I don't care which one you run for, but get your ass in here. The other thing, Convention of States. Yes, there was just a convention out in D.C. Several of our members were there for that just this last week. I held a Convention of States town hall in 2021, I believe. Turned out to be the director, Upper Midwest director, came from Michigan, and the largest Convention of States meeting they'd ever had in this state was 60-some people pre-pandemic in Rochester, Minnesota. When I held mine, there was 360-some people there, and they were trying to figure out how I got so many people to this really stupid small town in a little township out of the middle of nowhere. And they came from all the surrounding states. They came from all over this state, and the people are definitely looking for something better. There's a lot of people who are very much against Convention of States, but I would argue that There is pros and cons to it. I get it. But if we're going to keep saying we got to abide by it and not change it, well, we've been saying that for how long, and it keeps getting worse. So either we do nothing and we end up in a civil war, or we try this and they screw it up and they do the very bad things that people fear, and we end up in a civil war. I don't know. Because eminently, based on everything that Joshua brought up and many of you others, the attack on the infrastructure, which is so dependent on trucking and shipping as a whole, and we see all the meddling that the Warren Buffetts of the world do to impede those things so that he can protect his lovely little BNSF. That's why the number one protester organizations of when they fight pipelines, which is energy, is Warren Buffett and company. Go figure. Berkshire Hathaway. 85% of all the solar panels in Minnesota are owned by none other than Berkshire Hathaway, which is Warren Buffett. Because after the little third-party people build them, he buys them all up because it's a big shell game of money, and it's a monopoly to keep energy prices up. And if you think feels bad now, the direction we're going, and somebody talked about the incompetence of our leadership. You know, I'm equal opportunity. I'm going to pick on both. We got a Senate Minority Leader, Mitch McConnell, who's completely locked up a week ago in front of a microphone and a camera, and he completely just lost it. I mean, the Secret Service stand there, picked him up by his elbows and walked him off. I mean, they literally had to walk him away because he just froze. And it's no different than with Feinstein, who literally I think it's her daughter or granddaughter, just filed for power of attorney because she can't make decisions for herself, but she's still making decisions in the Congress. And then you got the beloved Fetterman on top of that, who obviously had some kind of stroke issue, but people somehow supposedly elected this person anyway. I mean, when you look at what people are somehow getting away with in our politics, which is supposed to be, to me, a politician should not be a glorified figure. You are nothing more than the same kind of person, everyday walk of life. We need to get way less lawyers in there and a lot more everyday trade people. I don't care if you're a trucker, a farmer, a hammer swinger. I don't give two shits. You better have real world experience so you know what the hell you're voting on. I mean, it wasn't, what is it, a few years ago, little AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, went out there and said, I don't see what we need all this farming for because you can just go to the grocery store and buy meat. This is how damn dumb these people are. She literally tweeted something to that effect out. And anybody who sat in a legislative or a congressional body, you sit and listen to these people who push bills and they don't have a fucking clue of what they're talking about. They've never worked in the industry and they are driving policy that affects each and every one of us. A lot of people say, I don't do politics. I don't want to get into it, whatever. If you don't get into it, it's getting into your pocket every day. It's getting into your life. And we're about to lose the liberty that we have all grown up with. And what we're going to have coming forward, we are not going to recognize. And our kids can't even comprehend what we have. I mean, they're so busy trying to push.
Apathy is exactly how we got here. Apathy is exactly how we got to this position where we're in now.
We literally have kids. My daughter's in high school. She'll be a senior next year. We literally have kids saying, well, you know, it's not our place to judge if Tommy wants to be Tina. Really? Cutting your penis off is not going to make you a girl. I don't care. And you're not going to convince me. When people tell me that I'm a climate denier, I ask them one simple question. How many genders are there? And if they go beyond two, I literally look at them and say, I'm a science denier. You're stupid. Keep it simple. And as far as what Joshua said about AI, yes, I get it. I mean, I have a lot of friends that are just simple, everyday working folk. They were terrified to write a letter because their grammar sucks. Well, with talk to text now and the AI systems that are out there, or even the shit you type on your phone in Word doc, it'll self-correct. It'll put commas. It'll change the A to an N. You know, AN instead of just A. If you're not familiar with your grammar stuff, I mean, it'll clean it up for you and keep it short, because I guarantee you we get a lot of crap thrown at us. So if you think everybody's going to sit down and read a 5-page document, you're kind of nuts. But I mean, I try to read an awful lot every day and listen to all these different things of like being in these spaces, so I learn more. But a lot of people, you know, like in the legislature, most of them are part-time, very few of them are full-time. And we all do have other things that we're supposed to be doing. And you know, I'm a simple hammer swinger, and it's just my thing. And I guess like when I'm on a job site, there's always a radio. Mine's always talk radio. So, oh my God, work coworkers hate me because they want to listen to goat roping or classic rock or what have you. But you have to get involved because it is slipping away from us rapidly. And I guess I'll let everybody else talk now because I got my little soapbox going.
Real quick, Shane. I'm going to tell you right now that same speech of Convention of States is I've heard this in my own state legislature. So hats off, because guess what? It's not just in your state.
Go ahead, Jason.
Hey, thanks. Again, if I'm breathing heavy, it's because I take this energy and I do workouts when I listen to Spaces. So apologies. Matt, I think the most alarming thing that you've said, which was on my mind when I previously spoke, but neglected to ask about it, is game playing out. What happens if the walk-off occurs and that, you have these wolves waiting in the wings, ready to pounce? And I would just love the truckers' thoughts on that, and anyone else in this room that has thoughts on that specific subject. 2, Joshua, really appreciated what you had to say. I'm following you. I saw you just following me back. I appreciate it. I am a 2D and 3D artist with over 20 years of experience working in still work and animation in Silicon Valley. And I feel rudderless. Let me tell you a story. I went to my second committee meeting here in Washoe County, Nevada, July 31st. A lot of good things came out of that meeting, but let me tell you an alarming thing. At the end of the meeting, their comms director came up and was talking to a room, and it just happens to be the demographic of the people going to the Republican committee meetings in my county. But the average age there is 65. No ageism there. I'm 52, okay? But she wanted to get out a message or 3 messages that went viral. And you should have seen the PowerPoint presentations that these people had. Now, I haven't contacted them, but I'm thinking I might do so. But if you would ever like to team up with your network and utilize my skills as an artist and an animator, I just think we're kind of rudderless in that regard. And I would love to team up or be utilized in some fashion. I have some time on my hands, and I just wanted to throw that out there. And I appreciate everything you said. Thanks.
Can I just respond real quick?
Yeah, real quick. Just can I say something to Jason? Jason, we've gotten to the place now where we've built the foundation to actually reach out to you and begin that kind of work with you. I remember when we spoke a long time ago, you readily and with your heart, you opened it up and you offered your help. And we've been busy doing a lot of things and laying down the foundation to usher that in. So, Jason is a great person and he has a big heart, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to help the fight. So we appreciate that, Jason.
That wasn't a dig at you, Matt. I'm always patient.
Oh. No, I know. I'm actually saying it too, just so you know that it was just not a dig. I was just saying I really appreciate it. Yeah. Trust me, we've been really busy trying to get back around to do some of this stuff, even think of what we're going to do. I want to know what we're,
Yep, totally.
But man, you've been here the whole time, and we're watching you and we're supporting you too in your journey. Joshua, please jump in, bud.
Yeah, Jason, I'm always down for collaboration. I used to hide behind anonymity with my art. I used to be just on like places like Patriots.win and then places like that. And now I'm actually putting my name out there. I don't care anymore. I don't care if they hurt me, destroy me. They already took away my clearance. They already destroyed. I'm living in exile. I'm living in Italy right now because they denied my wife's permanent residency because we refused to get the COVID-19 vaccine. So I'm waiting to come home, but I am more than willing to collaborate with you. Donald Trump has already posted a lot of my artwork. I work with, conservativetreehouse.com. They promote a lot of my artwork. Gunther Eagleman's constantly retweeting. I talk with him. I want to be in the spearhead. I am sick of this. I am tired of it. I want to return back to my state of Utah and run for office in the St. George area if I can. And I really am, trust me, I have been in a position from my career where I got to see the evil for what it really was, for what the world really was. I got to read documents that would make your head spin. I was the first line of intelligence. I was a Russian linguist. I was an Urdu linguist. And I am absolutely livid with what the hell is going on. And if we don't do something now, then the Tree of Liberty is going to start demanding blood. And I'm just going to leave it at that.
Marlon, can I just jump in? I just want to put an exclamation on that. I would not be trying to ride your coattails, Joshua. we are lockstep there, brother, on we have to do something. And as we all know, a lot of the artistry comes from the left. You know, a lot of that propaganda that's put out there comes from the left. And very rarely now do you see patriots coming up producing great art to get the word out, whether it goes viral, whatever. And so I'm there for it. And if I can help, the problem is, you know, if I can help someone like Noah, if I can help Matt, Marlon, anyone, I need someone to use me because I don't know the channel to put this out with. So I'm just here and ready. Thanks.
Yeah, you have no idea how many times I've been like, "Hey, do you need anything? Do you need anything?" And everyone's like, "Nah." I'm like, "Dude, I can make this stuff in like 20 minutes. Just give me the chance. Let me help you." So, and that goes out to any of you. Just give me a DM. If you need any AI artwork done, I know how to prompt it. I know how to do everything. Just take a look at, let my artwork speak for itself. Take a look at it, and I can do something for you. I can put your face on whatever you want. I know what to do. So just throwing that out there.
That's awesome, dude. Yeah, actually, I've done a little bit of that myself, and I was just talking with Marlon about that, about AI art and different things that we can do. And so we got a lot of projects that you and I could work on. And maybe Joshua, Jason, myself, and Marlon, we can collab and kind of get our heads together here and come up with something, because there's so much work to be done. And we're really humble. It hurts to ask. And so when people offer stuff, like even donations, we don't take donations, we don't do anything. So it really truly is a grassroots movement. It's you, the people, doing it with us. We're helping, we're supporting, we're doing what we're doing, this platform and then YouTube and the website, magamission.org. So we are doing a lot that we can do. And there's people like you and people like Jason that are very skilled in other ways. And there's people like Shane and other people that are skilled in again, Jason and what they do. So this is really great. Thank you so much for that. And what I was trying to say is it's not that I don't want to ask. It's just that, yeah, sometimes it's hard. It's hard for me because I just try to remain really solid and humble and just do what I can do. And I don't want to put people out, and it's hard for me. So thank you for the offer. It warms my heart. If you guys want to work with us, we'd love to work with you. And I'll put that aside and know that you're doing this from your heart too, and that I'm not putting you out or taking advantage. That I don't want to take advantage of anybody and their talents. I want to give, but at the same time, I have to step back and let people give and not feel guilty. You know, it's something that's my own personal problem, not you, Marlon.
Well, to that point, I can tell you right now, Jason and Joshua, I already have something in my head that would help with one of my passions. So, we'll have to collaborate off a line and see if we step up to do it. And this is for Joshua. Isn't there a mayor out there in Utah that's going to run against Mitt Romney? And his name is escaping me right now, and I'm hoping you're going to pull it out.
Stags, I think, right?
Yeah, that's it.
I don't.
Man.
Yeah, I know one thing for certain. Living in Utah now, granted, I've been in Italy in exile for about a year and a half now, but I know one thing about Utah, and that is the majority of Utahns absolutely despise Mitt Romney, especially the Mormons. The Mormons feel so betrayed by Mitt Romney that he ran on his name, he ran on the religion, he came from Massachusetts, and all the Utahns are like, I don't know, but he is Mormon, so he's probably morally righteous, and then he just stabbed them all in the back.
Well, let me say,
he's not getting Senate.
There's a little mission behind the mission. So if you would like to jump on that train, you can let us know, because we got a special connection there. We want to push them. So let's go.
Look, I am willing and able, and I am here to fight the good fight. I put my name out there. I am sick and livid of all of this. I mean, hell, they just indicted a former president of the United States, for God's sakes. I mean, like, and we're all like, oh, well, and I'm like, no, this is the time. This is the time. We can't hesitate to ask each other for help. We can't hesitate to get together. We have to get together. We have to work together, because there's no cavalry coming. We are the cavalry.
That's right. We are. And that's why we're going to stand behind organizations like NOAA and be able to, make a difference, Joshua. That's what's happening in front of our eyes, right?
And do you realize how late the hour is? Do you realize how late? We all realize it, right?
We do realize. So, most of us have been awake for a while, and let me turn it back to Maggot there. I think ADD's
Yeah. When you talk about the hours late, my biggest fear is that I waited too long. Just like you said, it's like too little, too late. I should have started sooner. And it took me a while to find how I could do something, right? Everybody has their talent. And then it takes a while for you to figure out how you can contribute. For Thomas, it was throwing his hat in the political ring. Shane, exactly that. Jason, some people do it one way, some people do it another, but we're all figuring this out. It took me months and months and months of listening to what was going on in people's minds and hearts on Twitter to get here. And when I got there, I knew exactly what I wanted to do. I was clear as a bell. I knew exactly what we needed to do. And I just said, you know what? We're going to start. And yeah, my biggest fear was that it was too little, too late. But hindsight's 2020, but I can't give up. I mean, I'm going to do what I can do. And yeah, maybe we're a little too late, and that's a little sad.
We're not too late. We're not too late. It's just beginning. And the thing is it's just starting to hurt. It's just starting to hurt to the point because as the pain increases, the apathy will wane, and it will cause more people like you, like me, like Jason, like the truckers getting together. It is going to start a movement that is unstoppable. Because as the pain is going to get worse and worse. We are too little too late to the point where it's not going to hurt. It is going to hurt. But guess what? Pain is a great teacher. And pain is the excellent motivator that will help you get to where you need to go. Start asking and you will start receiving. Start moving. Take the first step. I did. I made 3,400 followers in less than 4 months. And all I really did was just ask and said, hey, let me help you out. Let me do this. Hey, could I get a shout out? Could I do this? Let me do, what can we do for each other? And then it started. And then I had my pin tweet. I put that out there because I was like, you know what? The art's not enough. I need to start writing these things. And I used AI to help me edit it. And then, I was like, well, what else could you do? And I collaborated with it and I threw it out there, and it was my #1 most viewed tweet. And it was really just about inspiring Americans to get up and freaking do something. So, and we have to. Because otherwise, we're all screwed. Our kids are screwed. Future generations of men are absolutely screwed. If America goes down, there is nowhere to run.
Hey, Joshua, let me ask you a question. Have you ever heard the second verse of the Star Spangled Banner? That's on my pinned tweet. And you know what? It's something that I was exposed to years ago, and I forgot about it. And somebody sent it to me, and I thought it was super important when you listen to it. Man, we're making Americans right here, Joshua. So it's awesome to have here.
I am familiar with the second verse. I'm going to re-familiarize myself with it because I think it's been a couple years since I've read it last time. But, thank you for the reminder. We all need to repatriate. We all need to repatriate. We all need to go and read the freaking Constitution, the Federalist Papers. We need to reignite these philosophies that we were based upon in the 18th century by these men who, when they put their pen on the paper, knew that they could die. And they said, you know what? Tyranny ain't worth it. I would rather die than live to be a freaking slave. And so, and then they just said, yeah, and we need that spirit. Because yes, they will always threaten us as individuals. They will threaten every trucker as an individual. They will threaten anyone who puts up their voice as an individual. But here's the thing that we need to remember. We outnumber them. We completely outnumber them. If you had, if you had 3 million freaking patriots show up, let's say armed, you think they're going to do something about it? And if they did hit us with that, then you'd have 30 more show up.
Josh.
So just saying.
I understand, and you're very passionate. It's okay, Josh. What we're trying to do is to not get there, and I understand your passion.
Yeah.
Marlon had a little
My
bit
point.
of connection. Yeah, I understand your point. And please hang out with us. Marlon had a little connection issue. I just need to check in with Marlon, see how you're doing, brother. Are you there?
Yeah. Hey, man, that's
Oh.
what we're talking. We're talking about patriotism and American. All right, let's be Americans again, and we're learning, Josh. But that's what this space is all about.
Yeah, sorry, brother. I need to go to. I think I'm going to go to Shane. He obviously got inspired by what you were saying, Joshua, or something that we spoke on. So let's hear from Shane, and we'll keep it rolling and keep that passion, Joshua. It's all good, Shane.
Yeah, there was something that was mentioned earlier. I forgot to mention also because one of you mentioned early vote action. 2 weeks ago today, I spent the whole weekend with Scott Pressler. And to listen to his story and listen to his passion and look at what he's accomplished in very short few years, and the amount of energy that this man puts into what he does. I know when he flew out of here, he flew to Kentucky for about a week. He was going to Virginia for 2 days, and he's going to Wisconsin for a week and a half. From there, I think he's going to Utah, actually. And then from there, he's bouncing back over to Louisiana, I believe. The guy never stops. And you guys with your talents, you guys have gifts that I don't have. And I know a lot of people, so I follow both of you two, both Joshua and Jason. DM me and so if there's a way we can communicate offline, because I think there's a lot of people that if they all had access to your talents, or if I can help you get in touch with these people. One of the things that Scott did back then, I picked him up at the airport on the Friday before, and he just looked at me and he said, "Your phone's about to blow up." And I said, "Why?" And he goes, "Watch." I didn't know he took a selfie of the two of us driving back from Minneapolis up to St. Cloud, but he did, and he tweeted it. That was about 7 o'clock at night. At 2:30 in the morning, I threw my phone across the room because the damn thing wouldn't stop. It had 70,000 flipping interactions by 2:30, and now it's up to 100,000. But when I saw him on Saturday, I looked at him and I said, "You son of a bitch." He goes, "Wait till you see what I do next," because it literally went nuts. And so we're sitting in this crowd of people. There was a couple hundred people that attended this thing. And it's all about what we're talking about, taking our country back, early vote, get registered voters, all this kind of stuff. And towards he spoke for about an hour and 25 minutes nonstop with no notes in his hand. I get it, and it was amazing. But he said, many people wanted. He said he would come back, and like a lot of he's taken heat from some of his colleagues in his world, going, "Why are you wasting your time in Minnesota? You're never going to win Minnesota." Well, you know why? In part, I ran into him on a Twitter space, and I gave him a challenge. I said, back in the day, Reagan won 49 out of 50 states. The only one he didn't win was Minnesota. You pull off that miracle, and you have the biggest shingle to hang on your front door that nobody else has accomplished. And he took that challenge. But he said he would come back and help people, especially in those areas where they need the most help, the 50-50 districts, if you will. And then he made the statement to this crowd of people saying, "If you need to get a hold of me, my handler is Representative Mecklen." And I looked at him and I thought, "You son of a bitch." Because the next thing that happened, I had 15 people lined up in front of me, all wanting to schedule them for every week for the next eternity. And I'm like, folks, this isn't how this is going to happen. But there are a lot of people that I've got to know in this whole process and this journey that what has been, especially once the pandemic came along. And that threw everything into a hyperdrive. And Joshua, for the fact that you stood up and you refused to take this fucking jab, and pardon my French, I don't care, because I almost ended up a single parent because I refused to let my daughter get it. And it became pretty damn contentious. And at the time, they thought I was wrong. However, I have 5 personal friends, all under the age of 50, that had aortic aneurysms last year, and only one of them still alive, but he's had 3 open heart surgeries since. And the last one that passed was last November, and he had just turned 44. And he took that shot 3 times so he could continue to see his grandparents in an old folks home. My dad took the damn thing. He's so full-blown full of cancer 3 months after, it's not even funny. His sister took the damn thing. She started hemorrhaging blood internally, and they couldn't figure out from where. They finally did, but just a point. And his brother went through the same thing. And I looked at my dad when we were deer hunting last year, and I'm like, when does your red flag go up? I mean, what's it take before you wake up? And he knows a lot of these same people that I know. and he finally sees that there's nothing you can do. You can't undo what he did, but I can't commend you enough. And you talk about the pressures being put on. Joshua's got he clearly knows a lot of all the inner workings, because they are attacking us on every front. If any of you have ever read the book The Truth About Wuhan, that's written by Dr. Andrew Huff, when I met him last December, we talked for about an hour privately, and obviously he was promoting his book, but he told me something else, because he worked for the Department of Homeland Security. When he worked for Homeland Security, his team was tasked with identifying, if a foreign entity was to attack our food supply chain, what would be the most effective way of doing it. Him and his team identified 300 facilities in the United States that would be the most key targets to completely destroy our food supply. And then he threw a bombshell at me. He said, do you realize at this point, 200 of those 300 have already been destroyed, and there's no video documentation as to what happened? Think about that. And he is 100% convinced it was like he literally was tasked to give them the playbook of how to do what they're doing. And he's not a dumb guy. He's also a combat vet, but he's got the intelligence background that you do, Joshua. I talked to him quite a bit, and there's a lot of stuff out there. There's a lot of people. And the biggest thing is, how do we all get to figure out how to talk to one another? How do we all unify and come up with a coordinated plan for all of the above? Everything matters right now. And for those that say you wish you would have got in earlier, we could all wish we would have done something. Well, the fact that you're here now is all that matters, because all we got to do is keep going forward and take their little progressive bullshit and stuff it up their ass. So, like I said, I'm a normal trade guy, but I got involved when I did, and I could sit and beat my head against the wall. I should have done it sooner, but doesn't matter. We're all here now. Let's figure out who's got the talents for all the different parts that we're all not good at, and we'll just make sure between all of us we got it covered. So, God bless you all. But if both Joshua and Jason, if you DM me, we'll start communicating offline.
Thank you, guys.
Let's go.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I'm in.
100%. We got two speakers that have been waiting a while. Pamela, I know you've been really patient. Please join us. Good afternoon.
Hello. I think ADD. ADD. I think you.
Ladies first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the rules of the floor. Sorry, Pamela. Ladies first.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, I was sort of glancing at who was in the room, in the space, and there is so many people as listeners right now, and all those people have a talent to bring to the table. And I would really, really, really encourage people. Hey, I'm not. Okay, Grandma. I'm sorry. I have my granddaughter. Grandma, be right there. Okay, go out of the room. Thank you. Sorry about that, you guys. But it's like we all, I don't have, the talent of artistry or things like that, but I have a talent, and it's called a mouth and a grouchy attitude. And I am attacking people, not physically, obviously, over the internet, Twitter, and sometimes Facebook. Not really on Facebook, but I have a rule in my life: you mess with President Trump, and you mess with my life, and you mess with my kids' life, I'm going to go after you. Not physically. I'm not talking about physical attacks. I'm not saying that. But I am literally going after Pence for the crap he did to my president. And you do not backstab people. You're going to, and I literally told him, I will watch you rot in hell because you deserve it. I'm not going to hurt you physically. I'm not going to come at you like that, but I'm going to shame you into your hell-bound, mire, in your cave, because you deserve it. And I've been, literally attacking him, not, like in a threatening manner, but just telling him you're a shameful person. But anyway, And finally, he blocked me, but that's okay. I can get around that. But it's like every one of us has a way to destroy these evil people. And again, not saying go beat them up or do crap like that. I'm just saying there is a verbal way of attacking people and showing them you may think you've got it over us. We're going to come at you. And then, you know what? It's called revenge. And God is in that game too. And he is someone who I do pray for or pray to. And I listen to what he says. And you do have to get out and fight fire with fire. And I'm not talking about war. I'm not talking about that. Anyway, disclaimer for Twitter and all you freaks out there trying to say people are starting crap. Oh, and by the way, I hate Romney with a passion. And I'm a Mormon, and I can't stand that piece of junk. Anyway, I'd say worse words, but I'm not going to. Anyway, thank you guys for letting me talk. I would love to be involved in whatever you guys are doing. Please follow me, I just would like to know what's going on because I want to be involved. I want to fight. I'm a grandma. I'm 61. I'm disabled. And right now, that's what I want to do. I want to fight too. Someone help me fight. I'm willing to I'm not going to kneel to these pieces of shit. I want you, Josh, to come home from Italy. I want you to be able to come back. My daughter's moving to St. George, and I want you to represent her. I want you to be there so you can welcome her. So anyway, I'm sorry, talked too long. Have a great day, you guys. And like I said, please include me. And everybody in the room, in the space, please know you guys are talented. You have a way to fight back. So I encourage you. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, Pamela. You can always follow us on all of our other platforms, but we have a website, magamission.org. You can sign up. There's tools for you to get into action items and follow different missions that are going on, from Scott Pressler's early vote action and what Shane was talking about, getting active locally, like Jason is doing as a precinct committeeman. There's a lot of different things you could do. But the journey starts just with that first step, like Joshua was saying. You just have to, so you're ready, and you're ready to do it, and we'll help. So please follow us or get your account going on magamission.org. Download votifynow.org. There's an app, Votify Now, and also check out Early Vote Action. They also have an app, Scott Pressler, and what he's doing. They have the tools to get you started in your area. He who runs with scissors, please join us.
Okay, so Jason asked a question earlier, and I'd kind of like to know what exactly he's wanting to know. You are talking to a truck driver, and I am part of NOAA. I'm going to leave it right there. But what was your question about the walkout? What walkout are you talking about? Just wondering.
Yeah, I'm just echoing what I heard earlier about the August 20th to 26th, sort of something about the brake inspection, but make it a walk-off. And just game playing out, if, Matt had brought up, MAGA Mission had brought up that some people in the government or nefarious sources or people would like to see, nothing more than something tragic happen where they could just take in and sorry, I'm working out. Step in and run it and have the government run the trucking industry. Sorry, working out.
It might not even be the government per se. It could just be somebody with a lot of money that has the resources to turn everybody into 15-minute city citizens, where all of your goods are delivered from one monopoly and one monopoly only. If you kill the brick and mortar shops and the ability to run brick and mortar shops and goods and sell goods as a citizen, or if you kill the industry of the trucking industry, the only result is a very large organization with a lot of funding. It doesn't have to be the government. It could just be allowed by the government. The government will put you at ease by saying, we'll oversee this organization, which has all these dollars coming from somewhere else, not America, without America interest, but they'll oversee it for you. Don't worry. It'll all be good. Just go back into your 15-minute city and wait for your package to arrive. Oh, gas, you don't need that anymore. You're only going 15 minutes away. You need to ride your bike. These are the things that are going to box us in eventually into a cage, literally.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is happening on a grand scale, right? I mean, you see it with the banking system. You see it with the failure of the banks, right? And that's all consolidating towards the top. So I think this would just be another pillar for them that they'd love to knock down and rebuild. That's what I'm saying.
Well, guess what, Jason? Don't worry. Manufacturing will come back as soon as all this control is put into place. That's when the factories open up, and that's when the goods start to be sold and made, and you're the slave that has to go work in that factory to provide goods for other countries now. Not America. You're going to be the one working in factories making cheap goods for other places. And how do they do it? They put you in a cage. You don't have a way to make a living. Eventually, they set up the factories. People need jobs. Oh, this is good. But really, is it good? Maybe not. Maybe you just go back to your little den and you go back to work and you manufacture goods for others now. That's what the U.S. might become.
Yeah, it's all happening by design, and the hour is late.
Well, I got a little passionate there. Sorry I raised my voice, everyone. I foresee something really, really dark. I go down the rabbit hole and I just look in the future. I take a little time machine and it shows me a very dark outcome if we keep going.
You don't even need foresight. All you have to do is look at what they openly say. I mean, it's all there. If you look at these non-government organizations, these international organizations such as the World Economic Forum, they are infiltrating our government. They create their candidates and then they inject them into our government, and then they don't have allegiance to America. They have allegiance to their cult, which is the World Economic Forum. And you don't even need the force. They're open about it. They're telling you this is what we're going to try and push for, and this is typical capitalism versus corporatism. So I don't know if everybody knows the difference between capitalism and corporatism, but capitalism is as closest to laissez-faire as you could possibly be. Encourages competition, encourages industries to strive, so you don't have corporate oligopolies form or monopolies. But corporatism is when they become so big, they advocate for regulation from the government that actually hurts themselves, but it destroys their competition, and then they eat up the entire market share. So corporatism is like fascism. It's the same coin, where fascism favors the government over corporation, but it's the unholy alliance between government and corporation. And corporatism, which is what we're suffering from right now, is the unholy alliance between government and corporation, but it favors the corporation over the government. And then they have the audacity because these guys are neo-Marxists and they've infected academia before, from the terror, the atrocities that have developed from corporatism. They're trying to train an entire generation of kids saying, well, look at how bad capitalism is. Look at how bad this is. And then as they point to their own problems that they made, then they can manufacture consent, because that's the name of the game. You create the problem, you propose the solution that you already had before you even made the problem, so that way you can manufacture the consent of the people. Now, one thing that President Trump has really done very, very well is he pointed it out, and then they had to spin the narrative, but they had to keep spinning so much where everyone's like, well, wait a second, maybe he's right. Maybe there is something bad. And then when we try to say something, when we try to tell the truth, especially like take the COVID, for instance, we're like, dude, this is all these rules are arbitrary. None of this makes sense. This goes against like my 8th grade biology course. Like a mask works, like a mask can suddenly stop an airborne virus. It's like throwing sand through a chain link fence. All right. But they were telling everybody and gaslighting everybody to the point where, and then we were proven true over and over and over again. We were being proven true, and we were steadfast, and we were right. And people are starting to see it now. They're starting to see through the propaganda. And as we start seeing more and more of us awake, they're going to keep increasing the propaganda control. They're going to double down. They're going to triple down. They're going to quadruple down. And there's no stop to it. And everyone's waiting for this media bombshell report that is going to be like, against themselves, against the Leviathan. They've already taken over the media, the banking systems. Every institution has been corrupted because that's how corruption works. Corruption cannot create anything. It only can corrupt what's previously existent. And so the thing is that like we are remaining vigilant. And now everyone's starting to wake up to the actual problem. And as I said before, as the pain increases, action will spur. And we just got to remain vigilant. That's my comment on that.
Josh, Joshua, your comment about the difference between capitalism and corporatism was pretty much a mic drop. And I really appreciate you speaking those words today because we recorded them. And other people are going to get to hear that because they need to hear it. And very well said, mic drop right there. We got to welcome Albert to the floor. Maybe some connection issues kept us apart, but Albert, you finally joined us back. You're here now. Let's do it, brother. How are you doing today?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I've been here dropping in and out because I'm here in Florida with the vaccine injured people who the government also is screwed over and they're being erased. There's nurses who have been erased from their jobs in hospitals. They're not allowed and denied medical treatment. They're stopped at the airports. The nurse has her computers constantly taken away because she has information about what they were doing with the COVID vaccines. There's another woman that's here who's suing them. She was involved with the vaccine trials and how they were falsifying data in the beginning. So her court cases are in court right now, Brooke. So it's just sad. There's a guy I met, a gentleman, a dad, who lost his daughter. There's another one who lost their son. One just November of last year, just wasn't feeling good, couldn't breathe, heart problems, went to sleep and never woke up. Another one, same thing. And the autopsies show MNRA and all their stuff. So live hand testimony. And I broadcasted I was coming down here, and all the other politicians know, and not a single one of them, including DeSantis in his home state of Florida, did not show up for these people. Hello?
Yeah, I might have lost audio there for a second. I heard you, Albert. Did you land that there, or did you want to continue? Because I lost audio and I wasn't sure if you had finished your sentence.
Oh, okay, where'd you lose audio at? What was the last word you had?
DeSantis.
Oh, and DeSantis in his home state, he didn't even show up for his people here in Florida where I'm at. And everybody knows this event's going on. And it's a shame. And it just goes to show the destruction that's been going on. They say in war, in normal life, we bury our parents, but in war, we bury our children. And it seems like an awful lot of our children are getting buried. It's almost as if between what's going on with the truckers, what's going on with business, what's going on with mortgages and banking and COVID, it seems like there's a war declared on us as Americans. And I'm landing.
All right, buddy. I just thank you so much, Albert, and please stay with us. You'll probably be inspired by something else that's said today. Marlon, are you still there, brother? Or are you having connection issues?
Nope, I'm here, brother.
Excellent. You want to jump in and kind of reflect, and then maybe go to our next speaker?
Yeah. So, look, I mean, these are all the problems that we're dealing with in an everyday spaces, right? This is why we're talking. About change, right? If we don't stand up, nobody's going to stand up. So what we said before with the collective, it feels good. It feels good that the community's coming together. So I think it was actually ADD was really hanging on for the most. Gene?
Can I jump in real quick before ADD? I have to make a PSA announcement. Mr. Michael Boston has entered the building. He is the president of the National Owners Operators Association. And then I want to implore everybody, your first action item of the day, if you haven't done anything but just drink your coffee, please take your thumb and go down and hit retweet the space so we can get your voices heard. You don't have to like the space. It would be nice if you did. But obviously, if you're listening and you find some value, why don't you share that with other people so they can hear what you're hearing, and maybe you can jump up and share too. All right. So thanks, Marlon. And we're going to go to ADD.
Okay, so I was going to break it down in the simplest form. Okay, first off, every source that we have to go to continue our business is already owned by the corporate entity. Understand that. And I'm not going to get any deeper than that. I've kind of haven't been directly told, but I've been kind of, told. So we just need to leave that one alone. But the simplicity is there's not enough trucks on Freightliner, Volvo, Peterbilt, all their lots to take over the trucking division of owner-operators of 500,000 owner-operators. And the thing is with Safety Week, most of your trucks that are garbage and shouldn't really be on the road are parked anyway because, they don't want to take it. I mean, 890, something like that. I mean, if Mike wants to come, he can tell you the figures. But 890 trucks were put out of service over a 3-day period. Last blitz, that's what we call it. This is a blitz, and the simplicity is it's us that are maintaining our trucks that are staying on the road. That they then rely on and bump the rates up real quick and show us that the rates are there, that we could be making a good living. And here's your bone. We're going to throw you a bone for 3 days because we know that the other garbage trucks aren't out here. Well, we just decided that, we're not taking any more of their regulations. We're not taking any more of their BS, until they start putting some broker reform out there. And we just decided that was a real good day to start it because they're going to see freight drop for 3 days. I mean, completely drop. Because if the trucks that are normally not taking cheap freight are out there getting the good freight, but they're not taking it anymore, that freight's not going to move at all because those junk trucks aren't out there taking it. These people that are running around without brakes on their truck, they're not taking it anymore because they know that they get out there, they're going to get caught, they're going to get shut down, they're going to have to fix it right there in the scale because the simplicity is they don't let you go anywhere. You're not going to the next shop. You're staying right here. Well, at least your truck is. We don't care where you go. Here's your ticket. That truck's not moving. I seen a truck in the Idaho port of entry for 7 years because it was fenced in. They had it locked in. And until that was out of court, that truck stayed there loaded with sugar beets for, it was 7 years that I seen it. And they said that it was there when he started, and he started 3 years before that. So, I mean, you're talking 10 years that truck was hostage because it got shut down for whatever reason. Nobody knows, but it was in federal court. And it finally, the two trucks disappeared. There was actually two of them. They disappeared about 5 years ago. I've been driving for 26. So when I first started noticing it, like I said, it had been there 7 years, and I finally asked about it. But again, like I said, the reason we're doing that is because we're usually the ones that are taking that freight because it comes up in price. It's $4 or $5 a mile. So we're like, oh yeah, this is our time to shine. We're going to go make some money. Well, this time we're not going to. Okay, the freight's staying right there on the dock, and if those brokers go out of business, well, so what? But anyway, I'm going to land my plane right there. I broke it down for you as easy as possible. The simplicity is we're not just picking any day. The reason we're doing it is because those crap trucks aren't going to be out there. That freight isn't going to move, and it takes 3 days to shut this country down. So something's going to be done with the brokers, or the people are going to figure it out on their own.
Well said, ADD. Hey, let's if you guys, other guys don't mind, let's go back. Let's go to Mike. Mike, how you doing? Welcome up, man.
Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday. Hey, John. Hey, Matt. What's up? Hey, Mike. Hey, Shane. I thought I saw Albert in here. Where did he go? He probably fell out. Yeah. Hey, how's everybody doing? I want to kind of try to keep it light today. It is Saturday. It's the weekend. I was on my way to a birthday party, and my son threw up all over me in the car. So I had to turn around and come back, and I just got finished cleaning up vomit out of my car. So yeah, I'm having a great day. You know, I came in when Joshua was speaking, and I just want to say, yeah, kudos, brother. You're totally right. I heard a lot of it. I'd like to add to that. And this is for Shane and Albert. I know you guys are running for public office. It's something you should be aware of. A lot of people are going to come after you. They're going to call you all kinds of names, and they're going to call you a troublemaker, and they're going to threaten you. And they're going to try to make you out to be Chicken Little, trying to create problems, hysteria. You got to fight through that, man, and you got to be prepared for it because it's coming. There goes Albert. We did not start out, I guess, as a political organization. We just started out as a bunch of guys that got together that were being basically preyed on by J.B. Hunt. And, you know, one of the guys stepped up and said, hey, man, I've been thinking of this plan for a long time. I just didn't have a platform to launch it on because I'm just one guy. But if we all got together and decided to boycott one of these mega brokers every day, you know, I bet we can make a difference. You know what I mean? And if anybody's with me, you know, contact me. And, you know, I contacted him, and that's how this started. He said, look, I want to do it, but I don't have a platform. I said, well, you're in luck. I got a Facebook group with almost 20,000 members in it. And he said, okay, let's do it. And that's how this all started. And believe me, as soon as we got a following, they came after us and they called us, you know, troublemakers, and, you know, it's market forces, it's market rates, it's not us. We're not doing anything wrong. You don't know how the business works. You're stupid. You're just a dumb trucker. You don't know how business works. You're bad at business. That's why you're failing. This weekend, we're doing a lot of research. We usually do our research on the weekends, and we're quiet on the weekends. This weekend, we are researching the Carter administration. So if there's anybody here that's over 50 years old, you should definitely, you know, go online and do some research. Research this man. He was a very crafty, slick, conniving politician. And everything, and I mean everything that you're going through today, if you drive a truck for a living, if you chose to make truck driving your living, everything that you're going through today is because of the Carter administration. Every single thing. And he did something that many presidents before him was not able to accomplish. And he did it because he's basically, you know, he's a scammer politician, and he's very smart. And I hate to talk about the man because he's going to be dead soon, but we all are going to be dead soon. So, and we all have to live with our decisions. So, you know, it is what it is, but I suggest anyone in here, do some research on the Carter administration. That guy was not a dumb peanut farmer from Georgia. He was very smart. He used that as a cover.
Hey, we had the highest interest rates in our country's history during his administration.
His administration was absolutely a nightmare, Marlon. We went through inflation, the highest job unemployment rates.
Hey, remember the odd even on the gas? Remember the odd even on the gas?
Yes, sir. Hostage crisis during his administration that Ronald Reagan settled. Fuel shortages and fuel lines, racial issues, social issues. His administration was a nightmare. But he came in before he was actually even president. He had a strategy in his head that he was going to deregulate the trucking industry. And everyone told him not to. There was nothing wrong with the trucking industry, but he wanted to do it for special interest. And there's a lot of information on it. You just have to find it, because he had a lot of support from special interest groups and they buried it. But many government agencies, including the ICC, the FCC, they all told him this is a bad idea and unnecessary. You should not do it. And they gave him reason after reason for not doing it. And he did it anyway because he was in the pocket of special interest groups. And he had a very ingenious way of getting it done, because no one wanted deregulation. No one wanted deregulation. But he got it done.
Mike, a lot of the policies that he has, we're experiencing right now.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, what, a president feigning incompetence in order to do something nefarious and malevolent? Oh God, I wonder why does that sound so familiar?
Yeah, exactly, Josh. You're right on. Let's hear from Albert, and then we'll go to Shane. Go ahead, Albert. Go ahead, Shane.
A couple of things. One, 4 years ago, I toured a trucking facility with the local state trucking association. It was very clear from listening to somebody who operates a fairly successful larger trucking company. He's more specialized, so I don't think he deals with a lot of the problems you guys do, but he's got his own in many other ways. He does like odd big trailer stuff, whatever. I think his longest trailer is like 400 feet. He's like really specialized. But anyway, it's a big part of this is the forced unionization on every industry and consolidation. I think Albert talked about some stuff. By the way, Albert, he's not here anymore, say hi to Brooke for me. I met her December 3rd of last year. We were sat on a stage together. And MAGA, I DM'd you a couple of things. Somebody asked me earlier, I was talking about a friend of mine that works within logistics company or whatever they call them, brokers, whatever. I sent you what I believe is the name of the company. I don't want to put that out there publicly yet because I don't want to get my friend in trouble for the obvious reasons. But if you all understand that side of things better than I do, so feel free to share it amongst your group and look into it and see what you can find on your end. And as far as Jimmy Carter goes, it's kind of funny you say that because I believe it was Bongino who recently was talking about his days of Secret Service and all his friends that did work in it or still do. And Jimmy Carter was like the second to the worst person to get on security detail with because he was such an evil, horrible man. Number one, worst assignment. If you like really pissed off your superiors, you got stuck on Hillary detail. That's basically his statement. So you don't really need to know a lot more than that. If you can't even treat the people protecting you with a little bit of decency, you're a piece of crap from this word go. So, yeah, I'm probably going to have to run to a little local county fair and go shake hands here for a little while. And I got to go find some customers and pick up their damn checks because they owe me money. We all got to survive. But you will see that Joshua touched on it, the consolidation. I will tell you in the very beginning of the pandemic, the week of the lockdowns when they started. As a legislator, oh, by the way, whoever said about me running, I started running either for or toward or away from something. I've been here 5 years now doing this, so I'm abundantly aware of how much the attacks are, which is fine. I'm waiting for the Southern Poverty Law Center to put a hit piece on me. I'll wear that as a badge of honor, like they did to Scott Pressler. But the week of after the shutdown, we all had to be taught how to use a thing called Zoom, because many of us are not like keyboard warriors, whatever. And in the initial meeting we were in, the chair of, I want to say it was the Labor Committee or Jobs and Economic Development. He was a 20-year serving legislator, a Democrat, and his opening line, as we're all trying to figure out how to just turn cameras on, request to speak, all that, raise your hand, whatever it was on Zoom back then. But his opening statement was, "We know we are going to lose 60% of all small business." And I paced on that. That was in like mid-March, third week of March, somewhere in there, because we shut down on St. Patty's Day of 2020. And I paced on it, and I paced on it, and paced on it. It bugged me, and it hit me in around June. That wasn't a model. It wasn't a prediction. It was a plan. And they slowly picked them off, and they consolidated everything into much bigger businesses. Amazon did phenomenally well. Target did phenomenally well. Home Depot, you pick them. I mean, we all know who they are, all of it. And they consolidated it down. It's a lot easier to control 50 CEOs than it is 40,000 independent store owners in every state. And that's all they did, is they consolidated everything. And they're trying to consolidate trucking. They're trying to consolidate agriculture. If you look at just in the food processing, meat processing, there are only 3 companies that own all the meat packing plants. And you saw what happened when they shut those down during the pandemic. Farmers were literally slaughtering heads of livestock and just throwing them afield because there was nowhere to go with them. And back then, when people talk about what can I do, what can I do, and I hit that question a lot. I actually had a person who's going to be running ask me that very question today, and she wanted to know how do you know all this, or how do you do all the things you do? Well, you can't do something until you put yourself out there trying to find where help is needed. But when the meatpacking plant shut down, I had a local farmer that he had 500 some head of hog, and he was going to have to slaughter them. So I'm like, well, that's not good. I kind of need my farmer, I mean, I'm going to need him tomorrow. And so we kept it off social media. I made it very clear, you have to keep this off social media. The hardest thing to find was a butcher, because we don't have meat lockers in every small town anymore. It's all consolidated and much bigger. And that's what they're trying to do to your trucking industry. It's the same damn thing. But we ended up quietly selling 700 hogs. And I never thought I'd see this man. I mean, he's a big man, big, hardy man. And he literally started to cry one day because he couldn't believe that we actually pulled all this off. And it was a lot of people came together. It was a retired trucker who, him and his wife, used their big diesel 1-ton pickup and pulled a livestock trailer back and forth every day for months, bringing 30, 40 hogs a day in. We had the trucker, the place that I said I toured, that particular owner, operator guy, whatever you call him, and he owns many, many semis, but he donated one of those 53-foot refrigerated trailers, but it was freezer, because this small butcher, he didn't have the space for all this. And that trailer sat there running for 5-6 months, and he covered all the costs on that just to help this one little farmer out. Actually became a couple farmers, but because we burned through his 500 hogs, so he made money, the butcher made money. A lot of people had freezers full of meat, and somebody slipped on social media on a Facebook post and made reference to who was processing this. And would you believe, within 3 days, the Department of Health showed up to do an inspection? So the power is the people. Joshua said it. I think Jason said it. There are way more of us than there are of them, and they will do everything they can do to make it hurt as bad. If you even try to work around all their stupid roadblocks they put before you, they will do everything they can. And we saw it even through the hospital nonsense and the remdesivir killing everybody, and then it became the shot. And there were so many people too afraid to go to a hospital because they were afraid they get locked away and wouldn't be able to get to their family, wouldn't be able to see them. And There is a beautiful man who's down in Texas. For those of you that are down in Texas, his name is Dr. Eric Henson, and he was doing telehealth. Just here alone, he did over 1,000 of them. People that came to me, and I said, I have to tell everybody, I don't give legal advice, I don't give medical advice. If you want to talk to this guy because they were sicker than a dog, and they couldn't get what they wanted, but they didn't want to go to a hospital, so he would do the telehealth. He would consult them, and then he would set up through local pharmacies, which we couldn't put on social media because they were immediately targeted by the state bureaucracies. And this all actually happened. And what happened after that? Because one of the local pharmacies, somebody posted that, and all of a sudden they were being targeted by the state pharmaceutical board. They wanted copies of all prescriptions made out for ivermectin, what doctor signed off on it, and who the person it was made out to. And unfortunately, it wasn't but a few months later, Dr. Eric Henson's state medical board is going after his license. And that's down in the lovely state of Texas. And you all have a good senator named Senator Hall down there. Never thought I'd have to talk to this guy. I didn't know who he was, but he went to bat for Dr. Eric. And so that's been an ongoing thing. But it's all consolidation and to take away our ability to barter amongst ourselves. They want to control everything. And that's what, as long as you all understand what the machine is that's fighting us, it makes it a lot easier. But you can't fight a war if you don't know what the enemy is. And that's kind of where we're at right now. So you guys keep putting all this stuff together, keep us all coordinating. And the more we all talk to one another and we come to consolidated points, because we don't know how long Twitter Space is going to last. It could be gone tomorrow. Heck, they could turn all our cell phones off if they wanted to. And then what do we got? Smoke signals and pigeons, carrier pigeons. I mean, we're going to have to figure out something else. I don't know. Maybe we all got to start investing in ham radio or something. But
I don't think pigeons are going to work. Pigeons aren't going to work.
Well, no, we'll probably have to eat the damn things before long. But sorry, that's a little snark. But this is really what this whole thing is waking up a lot of people. I said it yesterday in a space, but my sister is about as hard left as you can possibly get and cannot absolutely stand Trump. And she literally called me 2 days ago. It was either yesterday or the day before. I don't remember now. And she decried heavily what they're doing to Trump is wrong. And I swear to God, she's voting for Trump in 2024. And if they have pushed her that far, I do believe this country is like at the point where Joshua said, people, when the pain gets bad enough is when people start waking up. And the frogs in the water, they slowly boil to death. Well, they realize the water's getting a little too hot. They're all jumping out. So I am pretty optimistic about this, especially the fact that my sister's actually flipped on all this. And she's kind of my litmus test of where things are at on the other progressive socialist side of the world. And if they've turned her off, I'm saying there's a chance. But there is a big push to consolidate everything. It's a globalist movement. Joshua talked about it, or somebody else. Might not have been him. I don't know. But Klaus Schwab is a huge push behind this. George Soros, Bill Gates. I mean, you can pick. There's a handful of nefarious actors. You talk about inserting their trained actor politicians like Trudeau. I mean, this is happening all over the globe simultaneously. And if you talk to like all these doctors that have been ousted, all the nurses that have been ousted, all the military members like Joshua, because he wouldn't take the shot. I have talked to so many of these people, and some of them took it, and then they thinking that was the only way to save their career, and then now they have neuropathy or neurological problems. They can't work anyway, and their employer just left them high and dry. So now they don't have the insurance they needed anyway, and then now their kids have to come home from college and take care of them and bathe them and change their whatever clothes because they can't do it.
Big Pharma made them outcast, Shane. Big Pharma cast them out.
Well, Big Pharma and government. I mean, when you understand that the Moderna shot was patented before anybody even heard of COVID-19, I mean, come on, people. And
we're waking up.
It's not just one sector of the economy. They look what they did to hospitals and consolidated it all down. I have recordings of hospital top people bragging about they can't wait till it's 100% government-run healthcare. I have recordings of them with their legal team saying how they're not going to provide care to anybody over the age of 68 regardless. I have recordings of them saying how, in fact, when Scott Quiner was flowing from Mercy Hospital in Minneapolis, actually it's like Coon Rapids or Anoka, whatever the hell it is, down to Houston, Texas. That made a lot of news back then. I know Annie Kleiner. I mean, we were on a text thread. There was 6 of us that helped her pull that off to try to save her husband's life. And it was one courageous lawyer who stepped way out of her comfort zone that went ahead and sued the hospital because they were going to pull the plug despite the family's wishes. And somehow this courageous young lawyer that she was so scared because this was not her legal wheelhouse whatsoever. She took a shot and did it, and she actually won, going against the most prominent law firm in the state. And then the information started coming off of that, because it was all because Annie was smart enough to actually record the conversations of these vile bastards, what they were saying to her behind closed doors, these doctors, which I don't even know that I want to call them doctors, because they were just evil. And because she had those recordings, I was able to get the media to run with it. And because finally there's proof. It's one thing to say you had something, but do you still have it? You know, can I share it with Americans? And the fact that she had it was what made it so powerful. I mean, and I will say that Glenn Beck took the story and made it totally explode on the following Tuesday, I believe it was, because he flew down we got him down there on a Friday. But this is the power of the people. I know that the night that story broke, it was broke initially through the Stu Peters show, because he's out of Minnesota here and I know him. And that when he broke the story that first night, which was on a Wednesday night, that hospital had over 500,000 phone calls. It literally crashed their entire telecom system. They had emails, hundreds of thousands of emails from as far away as Australia. That is the power of what we can do. And once that story took hold, and it became a much bigger thing, and this is what all of us collectively as people, we all, somebody may know somebody who knows somebody, right? And it's just exactly how this was. I had one senator, I had this one attorney, I had Stu Peters. We were all on a text thread with this poor woman trying to save her husband's life. And like we sat on the edge of our seats all day while that plane was flying from Minnesota down to Texas. And they had to stop and refuel in northern Texas, and we're all biting our nails what's going on, because she obviously couldn't contact or communicate with us while they were up in the air because she didn't have service. And then there was complications when they landed in Houston, and they had to do CPR, and shit was tanking fast. And I don't know, the Texas that came out of that, it was interesting, but and we're monitoring on the flight tracker, literally watching little satellite imagery where this plane is moving, across the country. But this is the power that we all have. And if Albert is down at some vaccine injured thing, I could almost bet half of my soul that I'm guessing Annie Kleiner is probably down there. She's turned her whole life into protecting those that are being harmed by both the jab as well as remdesivir and all of it, because that's what they did to her husband. And all I can say is if we all come together, I don't care if you're black or white or gay or straight, rich or poor. I don't give a shit about any of it. They love dividing us. We together have to realize that the government is not our friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. You mentioned Joshua, so we're going to turn to Joshua. But before we do, the thing that's shocking me today with meeting Joshua is I met a young man that literally, it's weird. It's like I almost thought he was you, because your story is so similar to his. And when we had our conversation, there were literally tears coming to his eyes because of how much he suffered, how much his marriage is suffering. And, he looks back and he served our country, and it kind of hurt some of the things he's going through. And his background is really strikingly similar to Joshua's story. And so, like you said, Shane, it's like you've heard this story. You've heard these such horrible things about all happening to all these different people. So, and Marlon and I, we've been spending months and months and months listening to everybody's stories, from the vaccine injured to the indoctrination of our children to the things that are going on with truckers. And we identified many heads of this hydra, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to get to the body of the beast, but we're addressing all of its tentacles, and we're laying it out. We're laying each tentacle, each head out for the American people to pick up the fight against whichever head that is bothering, that they want to attack first. or take out, stop, whatever. I don't know if I use attack, but address. You can address each one of these heads of the Hydra, and we're laying it out for the American people. So, Joshua, please, because you were addressed, let's go to you, and then we'll go to Minky.
Yeah. And I'm going to share something. So, as someone who's trained to be a Russian linguist, I have many other friends who are also Russian linguists. We were the first line of intelligence. So we were the guys that were picking it up, and before anyone has ever heard anything that we were hearing, we were the guys on the other end of the phone. We were the guys that were on their computers, checking their text messages, things like that. We had a target. We would learn everything we possibly could about them. I learned about basically a COVID. Well, it wasn't called COVID back then, but it was called a respiratory, acute respiratory virus, SARS, basically. And that the Russians were really concerned about what was being made in Ukrainian biolabs back in 2017. And I knew something was coming. I tried to warn everyone I met. I'm like, dude, they're going to release a virus. They're going to release a virus, and then they're going to use this whole narrative because there was so much writing on the wall. But of course, you're only armed with, you can't just tell people like, oh, there's this TS, top secret information, because one, no one believes you, and two, it's just you'll go to jail. Yeah, it's that simple. And so, and you try to tell them from the amount of public information that's there. And what we do when we talk to each other, because it is compartmentalized, is that we'll send each other news articles and we'll highlight the portions that are like, hey, check this out, use your own reasoning and what you know and figure out what you can do. And I tried warning everyone I knew about the upcoming pandemic. It was already like that it was going to happen. And no one wanted to believe me. And then COVID struck, and I was like, do not, under any circumstances, take a vaccine, because, I knew that it was going to be used as a bioweapon, as a system of control. And it was ridiculous in the sense that they thought that you could vaccinate your way out of a pandemic. I mean, vaccines, as we all knew before COVID, before the new narrative of vaccines, and I also knew that the vaccines were going to be a bioweapon because they were using the preemptive, what do we call it? Preemptive programming of, shaming anti-vaxxers. If you remember shortly before COVID, February of 2020 ish era, and you looked at the news, they were demonizing anti-vaxxers, and it didn't seem like this was before COVID, so they were demonizing them constantly on the news. And I was like, okay, so there's going to be a vaccine coming out. That's my thought process. Of course, I had no evidence to it, and it was all speculative at the time. But I was like, okay, there's definitely something here. And then you start looking at the bad actors and what their main goal is, which, by the way, is, absolute control, depopulate, and basically install a CCP inspired, Chinese Communist Party inspired social credit system of control and financial control. And I warned everyone. I mean, I warned my family. I warned everyone. And when the vaccine was starting to roll out, I was like, do not take that. And I was like, even despite, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist or whatnot, I'm like, they haven't gone through the safety tests and there's not enough data. And if you're a real man of science, you won't take it. And I was begging people not to do it. Well, they scared my grandfather into it, and he's dead now. And he was a healthy guy. And my uncle took it because they used it, his medical. He was a retired sheriff out of Sacramento County, California, and they tied that he can't get medical attention unless he got the vaccine. And it seems as though everyone has forgotten the history of never again from the 20th century. In the 20th century, the Nazi Party was experimenting on, anyone that they were throwing in concentration camps. Predominantly we know the religion that they targeted. But they were experimenting on them without consent. And this is where we got our set of medical ethics, came out of the Nuremberg trials. And they said, you need consent. They cannot coerce you. And that's the biggest one that everyone seemed to forget about. They coerced everybody into this. I've met friends that even were super conservative, and because they were polarizing us, and it was like, oh, if you're conservative, you're anti-vax, and if you're and whatnot. And I don't dispute the science of certain vaccines, but I mean, like when we were kids, there was only 8, now there's 67. For childhood, because I have a child and I had to look it up, and I'm like, there's something going on. But anyways, I was trying to warn everybody, and especially these my conservative friends, but even they fell for it because it's like, dude, I had to work. And it's like, your livelihood should have never have been subjected in the first place. And even though we said never again, apparently we forgot, because we as a populace have been so distracted. So, it's just nonsense information constantly. This is, instead of 1984, we're dealing with like Brave New World, where there's so much information, we have no idea, how to discern what is real, what is not real. And it's the things that we love are controlling us, because it's hijacking that dopamine serotonin complex within the brain. So, so even my friends, and they did it, and now all of them are starting to have major complications. My nephew, he's having neurological problems in his arm, and I know more people who have died post-vaccination than people who have died of COVID. And, and it seems like we all lost our minds. And then I decided at my grandfather's funeral, when I was there, and I love that man, I really did. And I was at his funeral, and I was staring at his grave, and I was just, I told myself, I'm going to get these bastards. And now they're trying to memory hole 2020. They're trying to make us forget, like, oh, well, it's not, whatever. No, bullshit. I will never forget 2020, ever. And I don't care if it takes 30 years, 40 years, 10 years, 5 years. I don't care how long it takes. I am going to get those people held accountable. I will not shut up until some people start going to jail for the tyrannical and arbitrary nonsense that was 2020. And that was when I realized, like, our country is in a bad shape, because this was minor tyranny. Oh, well, it was just 6 feet apart. It's just a mask. It's just, man, when I was growing up, my history teacher told me, he's like, well, the government can't tell you what you can and can't wear, other than you need to wear something. Your government can't tell you what you can and can't say. The government can't tell you this. And, and to a degree, they didn't have to. But the government went to the corporations and they go, do it for us, which is tyranny. That is a form of tyranny in the shape of fascism or corporatism. It is that unholy alliance, and they're trying to circumvent the United States Constitution through corporations. They were holding our jobs and livelihood. They were holding our medical care under duress. They were forcing us by not forcing us, which is totally against everything. And as I said, I vow that I'm going to get this done. People are going to be held accountable for 2020. I refuse to forget it. And not only that, I refuse to forget, the election of 2020. Because, dude, it doesn't take a genius. They're like, well, there's no evidence of that. They just try to gaslight us. Oh, there's no evidence. There's no evidence. There's no evidence. That's bullshit. There's a mountain of evidence. The problem is that most people don't have the time to actually look for it, because they're too busy working 2 jobs to survive the inflation that you've inflicted upon us. So,
Right on.
I never know how to end these things, these rants, but
it's all right. I can help you out. I think I really enjoy your passion about the subjects that we talk about. And just to let everybody know, every Saturday at 10 o'clock, we have a space. Marlon has spaces Monday through Friday, the Afterground. And we also have morning shows with Gypsy Lounge. And this space is dedicated to civil liberties, the Constitution, legislative process, local PC or precinct committeemen, people running for Congress, fighting against what's going on, and using the tools that were laid out by our forefathers to do that, and bringing America First values back to the country. And yeah, I mean, this is the fight to save the country, and this space is dedicated to that. And I want to thank everybody for showing up today. We're going to go to, if you can retweet the space, that'd be great. Minsky, what's up, Minsky?
Hey, how are you guys doing? So I want to put a net underneath a few things and re-emphasize a few things that Shane was speaking on. But first, I'd like to just throw out there that I wish we'd stop calling it a vaccine, because vaccines actually prevent contraction. You know, you don't contract something if you actually have a vaccine. And we all know that this shot it's not even, the efficacy of this shot isn't even as good as a standard flu shot. So it's a shot, it's not a vaccine. But back to what Shane was talking about, the reason that I hit requests today is he hit on something that I think really needs to be sent home harder. And that is when he was telling the story about certain things that they did very quietly. And Marlon mentioned in a space a couple days ago that they seem to be 10 steps ahead of us when it comes to a lot of things. And we've got to stop that. And one way to stop that is we have got to learn what things need to be done quietly and what things need to be done very publicly and out loud. And I'm going to use my groups again as an example and something that I'm going through as an example of that. So I decided, for those of you that don't know, I was the first person arrested nationwide when people first started protesting against the governor's shutdowns. They cleared a parking lot in a minute and a half. They cleared a parking lot full of patriots in a minute and a half because patriots are trained to respect police officers and follow them and listen to them and abide by what they say. I chose to stay because I'm in my 50s. I don't have children that depend on me at home, and I'm not what would be considered a necessary frontline. I'm not a strong man. I'm not somebody that could, be beneficial to any military. So I decided to be someone who stayed. In our groups, we do that now. So we have people, the mothers of young children, they stay at home, they stay out of the limelight. Men that we know we would count on if shit really hit the fan, they don't do some of the things that some of us women in our 40s, 50s, and 60s will go out and do. They only come out when we make a phone call because, say, Antifa comes out and is actually threatening physical violence or something. We have plans in place. It's key. It's just so key. There are certain things that we really do need to be doing low profile right now. And then there's certain things that we need to be doing very loudly, and we need to understand the difference. In my case, an officer, in order to get me convicted, committed perjury. And I was convicted before I got the body cam footage that was being withheld from me. And I couldn't even go after him for his perjury because his superior was the person who signed off on my arrest in the parking lot that day. So a certified letter of complaint actually came back to me as unaccepted, refused. And they won't even do they won't even do an investigation. And he was answering straight to Governor Cooper, who was the reason I was arrested to begin with. So if you're going to be out there in public, you have to understand that you're going to hurt. I understood when I did that I was going to hurt. 3 years later, I'm still hurting. 3 years later, I'm still fighting. But people like Shane are fighting for us, and they are also under fire because they can't help but be in the public. So what we need to do, and I've talked about this before, one of our groups actually teaches people, they take them on tours of the State General Assembly buildings. They introduce them to their local representatives, and we ask our representatives, what are they hitting you the hardest with right now? What's the propaganda that needs to be fought right now? And we put 1- and 2-liners together, and we go on social media and we fight that for them. We help them, because otherwise they're alone fighting a really powerful propaganda machine. And I'm out of breath now, so anyway, that's it for now.
Go ahead, Marlon.
So, Minsky, thanks for coming up. And hey, we did talk about a lot of this in a space. And realistically, we not only have to contact our congressmen and our senators about NOAA and what's going on with the trucking, but we also have to go back and reinforce the people that are voting the right way. We have to go back and strengthen that vote, even if it's just for a phone call to say, thank you for voting that way. So when you really have an issue, and you can go back and you can lobby to that person and say, hey, this is exactly what we were talking about last round. And remember how you voted. So we need to look at how they're governing, how they are voting, and we can strengthen the nay votes, go after the abstained, and then we can work on the soft ones. So great point, Minsky. Thank you for bringing it up.
Marlon, can you run the room?
Sure, yeah, no problem. I think it was Jason, ADD, Pamela.
Thanks, Marlon. Hey, I just wanted to point out that, to me, I look at the macroeconomic picture on a daily basis, and I study it. That all started with my Bitcoin journey in 2017, which really woke me up to the situation we find ourselves in. And I just can't help but think that the cracks that we're seeing with the truckers is part of a bigger picture. And I think most people in here probably know, but I just want to paint the macro picture, which is we're being gaslit by the Biden administration, which with his bullcrap of Bidenomics. Okay, I firmly believe that the people that run BlackRock and Vanguard and all the big guys are trying to float this economy until November 2024. And I just want to point out that we have a national debt of $33 trillion. We're about to add 1.8 trillion by the end of this year. And then consecutively, every year past that, the United States will add approximately 4 trillion, going to above 50 trillion by 2030. And it's just unsustainable. And I just think everyone needs to understand that. And I think you're starting to see the cracks in the system happen. And I just want everyone to be prepared for that, and be aware of the macroeconomic situation in this country and the world. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
Hey, real quick before we go to ADD, Mike, you want to go real quick?
Yes. Is Trent Skaggs in here? I was just kind of curious. I saw something in the bottom there that said Trent Skaggs, and also, wow, I think Danielle left. If Danielle K, I'd like to hear from Danielle K. They have an interesting story about their broker, freight broker. Their rates were too high, so the company that they were getting loads from basically ended their contract and took all their loads away. I wanted to hear about that, but someone here.
So give you a premise. Hey, me and Joshua's originally from Utah, and we were talking about Skaggs.
Right. Yeah. I saw something in there that he was either here or I was supposed to be on a show with him, and it got canceled. So that's the reason why I was asking. But thank you.
Yeah, only because, Joshua knew some players in Utah, and hey, we're, we want to kind of get behind that guy. I mean, that's directly against the number one rhino in the Republican Party, Mitt Romney.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a contender against Mitt Romney. He's supposed to be, it looks like he may even take that seat. That's what I heard out in Utah. Actually, ADD and me were supposed to be on a talk show with him, but it never happened. So I just wanted to find out. I came in the space late, so I didn't know you guys were doing all this today. But thank you. If anyone knows him or whatever, maybe you can get us in touch with each other. I wanted to speak to him. Thank you.
Yeah, brother. And realistically, we were talking about how legislatively we're going to be able to help NOAA and change trucking, because you got a shutdown coming the 20th. We were warning people you better stock up on toilet paper.
You know, yeah, and we missed the last blitz because we were working on the website and working on getting things up and running, but they do these things a few times a year, so we're basically going to shut down every time they try to do one of these publicity stunt blitzes. That's pretty much what we're going to do. And look, if the truckers of this country decide they want to make it, longer, then we're going to make it longer. But that's what we're doing. So, yeah, that's a good idea. You should stock up because, look, it is what it is. Like, you guys consumers are on the front lines, just like truckers are. And when you go into your local supermarket, whether it be Walmart or wherever, and you start to see holes in your shelves, there's only one reason for that, and that is because a truck didn't make it there. And usually that truck didn't make it there for a couple of reasons. Either it broke down or the driver wouldn't do that load for that rate. And, most of the time it's the latter, right? The driver won't do that load for that rate. You know what I mean? And that's what we're going through. And we've had enough. We don't feel like they should devote all of these resources into safety blitzes when they know most of the trucks out there can't be safe anyway because they can't afford to be safe. And they can't afford to be safe because they're getting wrung out on all these loads that they're doing. So what we're saying is, we don't want to participate in this farce anymore. We don't want to participate in your publicity stunt, because what they do is they tally up all the numbers and they bring it to Congress and they say, hey, look how great we're doing. Can we get another $200 million this year? And they give it to them. You know what I mean? And we're saying, look, if you don't have the money to create a division that's going to regulate freight brokers, then you shouldn't be able to come up with the money to regulate truckers any more than you already are. And that's why we're doing this. Thank you.
ADD. ADD there.
Yeah, bro. I was just posting something in the bubble down there so people can see. It's basically a screenshot of the load board, and this is an actual, it's real time screenshot of the load board, where it's showing you exactly what the loads are paying, and the bottom one there is 94 cents. After that, they don't put anything, so it's not showing. But there were 7 pages of loads, and up to the point that I stopped taking pictures. But yeah, every one of them on those 7 pages was not enough to operate a truck. So when people wonder why their favorite food isn't on the shelf, it isn't because it isn't being shipped, it isn't being produced and nobody's making it or whatever. It's because a truck driver can't afford to move it from point A to point B. And I'm just going to say this, okay? Don't worry about the toilet paper, because you're going to need substance to use the toilet paper, and you won't need to worry about it, because food comes in by a truck, dirt comes in by a truck, cars come in by a truck. I mean, look around you, pick an object. It came in by a truck. It doesn't matter. It came in by a truck. And the simplicity is these regulations, the Carrier Act of 1980 that deregulated the trucking industry, is literally taking every single bit of control from the trucker and giving it to the broker to the point that they have zero regulations or zero consequences for anything they do. All the way to the point that, we have a way to report bad behavior, but nothing's ever done by it, because they actually ruled a while back that brokers have zero responsibility in the actual load or in their actions, period, because of the Carrier Act of 1980. So people just need to be educated a little bit on what's going on. And the fact that, you know, my trailer is set for 9 months now. Last year, I lost $120,000. I have zero intention of going and putting a load of food in my reefer anytime soon, because I'm not going to take more money out of my pocket, put it on the table so that I can put food on the shelf for America. And that's just the bottom line. I mean, just to be completely blunt. And until America steps up and starts doing something about it, getting a hold of your local Congress and saying, hey, you know, something needs to be done about broker reform, it's going to happen, and it's not going to be good. I mean, we've tried as long as we possibly can, but our owners of our association are going out of business because we cannot afford to operate anymore, right? So that means that we're just going to concentrate more on the association and less on the food on your shelf. And, you know, not to be rude or nothing, but that's the way it is. And I'm going to land it right there. As far as Joshua, I think it was Joshua or the other guy. I'm from Utah, and what can I do to get you home? Because I got a great big billboard. It's called a trailer, and I have zero problem putting something on the side of it if we can arrange something. I'm already looking at putting, Brandy's message out there for Shepherd Watch and Warrior's message out there, and our message out there. But it's still, I mean, it's 53 feet long, so there's plenty of space to put a nice message up there for you. So I'm just wondering, what can we do to get you home? Who do we need to talk to? Because I'd really like for you to be running my state at this point in time.
Well, right now it's mostly my wife has a 3-year ban from re-entering into America. Once that is done, hopefully Trump is president, and then we can redo the legal immigration route. But I mean, this is putting a massive strain on my marriage and whatnot. And I don't really know what's going on. I don't want to get too personal what's going on in my life, but I might be home a lot sooner than I would expect. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. As a billboard in your truck, if you have a message or whatnot, look, if you have a message you want to advertise on that, not about me, but I can help you with the art on that, and I can scale up any image you want. I use AI in order to scale up images, so I can put it on billboards, giant things like that. We could vectorize it. I know Jason knows what I'm talking about when it comes to graphic art stuff, but I can definitely help with the art. I mean, I posted some art in the comments here. Marlon, I made him a profile picture. If he wants to use it, it's up to him. But and I'm working on a banner for the host. Just saying. But anywho, yeah, I'm gonna land there.
Yeah, it would be great to have MAGA mission on the side of a truck. That'd be awesome. And then there's other things that are going on, like you mentioned, with Warrior and Cat. There's so many things going on. Carmen has entered the building, so let me throw her a mic. Good to see you, Carmen. I'm mobile, guys. I had to go get my oil changed, so I'm off to go do that. So if you guys want to jump in, Marlon, anything you want to run?
Yep, no problem. Hey, Carm. Good to see you, Carm. How you doing?
Hello, everyone. Hey, Marlon, MAGA. It's good to see everyone in here. Always, Mike, Albert, ADD. It's always good to be here, and glad I got to catch you guys before y'all jumped off. I've been working today. I see a lot of beautiful patriot faces in here. God bless you all. God bless the USA. Trump 2024, and just jumping in and getting caught up. So good to be here. Thanks, Marlon.
Well, Carm, one of the things we were talking about was imploring people to go to early vote action. and also Votify Now. And if anybody doesn't know, Carmen does do a lot of grassroots work, boots on the ground, registering voters. She works with Scott Pressler. She's done phenomenal work, and she's a testament to if you show up and you just talk to some people at an event, you know, Bikers Week, places like that. She shows up, she registers people, gets them up to date, and points them to the direction so that they can get active and begin to do kind of the work that Jason's doing. But even just other work, there's so much to do, and it's all there on Early Vote Action to get started in your area. But Carmen, if you want to touch on that some more, because you know, when you talk grassroots and boots on the ground, you're like you're the woman warrior out there that's doing the fight constantly, and you're getting results.
Thank you, MAGA. Yeah, I just, I'm very passionate about saving our nation. No, the first things first is our children. You know, we got to step up and we got to save our children. That's the first thing I think about every morning when I wake up, throughout every day and throughout the night. And the only way I feel we can do that is be at the local level. I mean, you got to start at the local level up. I feel like that's where everyone needs to start. And so get out in your local neighborhoods and your communities. Get involved, whether it's knocking on doors, setting out signs, registering voters, going down and signing up and getting elected in your local community. There's different positions, get involved, find out who is holding positions, get to know them, know what they're about, kind of get a relationship with them. I registered voters. I kind of, Scott helped me along the way. I've been doing this since I was about 19 years old. And both my children are involved at the grassroots level. I think that we have to fix our community before we can fix anything else. And so if we all do that, then our communities are fixed and we keep moving up. I also think that it's very important. I mean, I have a few different missions. That's one of them is the grassroots level. And then I go up to the state level. I do things on the state level for my state, for your state, for any state I possibly can. Not just mine, because my state's going to help your state's going to help mine, and it's going to help all of us in the elections. So we got to stop bills from being passed. It's going to harm our children. We have to stop bills being passed. It's going to harm our transportation. It's just a lot of things out there, guys. Then I go to the, own up, go to where I got to go talk to congressmen. That's what you got to do next. That's what you got to do. And so I've just been, I'm focused. I'm on missions. I've got about 2 or 3 missions I'm on. It's about voting and getting the proper knowledge out there to the right people. It's about the local level with that. And for me, it's grassroots movement. It's about getting up there at state level and talking to your people at the state level, your senators, your governors. That's what I've done. I'll continue to do it. And also, you got to get up there at the federal level. I mean, you got to go all the way up there and get on there with your congressman. I mean, Mike, I seen the email that you sent out. I love it. I love when people are emailing their congressmen, not just theirs, but other ones, and they're getting involved and they're getting results. And so it's a beautiful thing to see results, and that's what's happening. And we just got to band together, guys. Unite together, band together, and fight this fight for our children, so the next generation and the generations to come have a chance like we did. And I think that is just fair. And if I have to die on this hill, I am willing to do it because I think our children deserve it. God bless you all. God bless the USA, and God bless Donald Trump. Thanks.
Amen. Okay, Mike.
Thank you, Carmen, and it's nice to see you. I do need to speak to you because we're getting ready to start opening offices in different states around the country. We just put that plan on paper, actually. So I need to speak to you on how to organize that because I have no idea what I'm doing. And I know you're an expert at that, so I have no idea. All I have is the name and addresses and phone numbers of the people that want to man these locations in every state in the United States. And yes, we are encouraging all of our members to contact their congressmen or their senators. send them an email, send them a phone, give them a phone call. It doesn't take a lot of time. There's a government website you can go to. I think ADD has the website address. You just type your zip code in there, and it'll tell you who your senator is and who your congressman is, and you can send them an email. Get up in their face, send them emails all day long if you like. Be polite, be respectful, but request a response, whether it be through email or phone call, but that is their job, to respond to your issue. It doesn't matter if it has to do with the COVID vaccine, if it has to do with something else, if you're concerned about someone else or a bill that's coming up, a trucking issue, whatever it is. These people write the laws that you live under. They write the laws that are either helping you or causing you problems. These are the people you need to speak to. It's great that you come to Twitter or, Facebook or wherever and get it off your chest, but that's not going to help the issue. You need to get in touch with the people that write the laws that are causing you your problems. That's what we encourage our members to do, and that's what we're encouraging everyone in this group, in this country, in this world. Get up in their face. Keep calling. Keep emailing them. If they keep ignoring you, embarrass them on social media. Every single one of your representatives are on Twitter. You name them, I'll find them right now. And I'll go right on their page, on their link, and I'll embarrass them right in public. Don't let it come to that. In most cases, they're cool. They will call you back. They'll send you an email. They will get in touch with you, and they'll talk to you in most cases. And that's what a lot of our members are finding out. Members of Congress just have not been very knowledgeable on what's been going on in our industry for the last 30, 40 years. So you have to give them a little credit. I mean, they just have not been made aware of how bad it is, but we're doing that now. So whatever the case may be, environment, the debt ceiling, whatever, contact your congressman and let them know. It's important that they hear from you, especially if you're in West Virginia, Texas, Ohio, Utah, New York, New Jersey, California. Please, Idaho especially, please contact your congressman. They need to hear from you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Mike. Let's go to, and you're right. Yeah, we need to get off our asses as Americans and do this work. That's exactly where America stops, is when we got to do the work. Let's go down to Rev. Rev, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? I was going to make this real quick. Cape Cod, Massachusetts, just realized Ron DeSantis is here on the Cape, no more than 4 miles from me. I got people down there ready to go give him some crap. It also came to my attention that Pocahontas was actually making a visit down there to kind of protest with the other protesters that were throwing crap at him. Her and I have a very big-time hate relationship. We don't like each other, and I'm involved in politics here on the local level and have been for a long time. Most of the towns here on the Cape are big-time conservative, with the exception of the one town at the tip, and I think we all know it's like San Francisco East, but I agree with everything he said, and I'm fighting these people left and right, and I've been campaigning for other people, trying to unseat people like Maura Healey, Pocahontas, but I just realized just now that DeSantis is actually right here in Cotuit, no more than 4 miles from me, so I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Well, Rev, you should come forward and tell us the good news, just like you did, right? Expose some of them guys to us. That's what we got to do. We got to get him in here and talk about the problems. Hey, let me turn to MAGA real quick, see if he's got a mic there or not. We're gonna go on to ADD.
Yeah, I'm all right. My car's getting worked on. I'm just here at the shop and everything's going swimmingly. Got here relatively fast. It was great to pull the police interceptor out and hear that thing roar. I got straight pipes on it. It's so much fun to drive. And I did a lot of modifications to it. It's a 2000 police interceptor. And this thing is like, a lot of people think it's a piece of junk, but I love the thing. It's fun. Oh, now I'm locked up.
Nice. Sorry, buddy. I'm here. Let's go ADD and then Mike.
I'm going to yield to my president, and I'll go after him.
Okay, Mike.
Is Matt in California, John?
Yes.
Matt, we got a problem with your state, buddy. Need some help here, man. I'm trying to rally the troops. We got to talk, man. So when you get a chance, please contact me. I don't know what it is, what's going on over there, but we got a problem, man. Thank you. Oh, and by the way, I love that car. That is a sleeper. Damn, that is a nice car.
Hey, I just want to turn to Joshua real quick. Hey, he's mean, man. That's really nice. I don't know. I got to talk to the boss. I might want to use it in the background. I'll have to be honest with you.
I'm making one for MAGA Mission right now. I'm about to export it. Just keep your eye on the comment section for his banner, because his banner was low resolution, so I wanted to hook him up with some MAGA art.
Yeah, we had a thing called the MAGA Meme Gallery, and I took it down because I don't want to release it just yet. But you and I are going to collaborate on a lot of great things. I do have some AI I want to share with you, and we're going to work on that. Thanks, Joshua.
Let's go to Albert. He's got a connection, and we'll go to ADD.
Hey, how's everybody doing? I'm glad I'm back. I'm done with the event with the vaccine injured. I've already left that. And it's a shame that DeSantis is up there, Massachusetts. He should have been down here with the people who are injured by the very governmental instrument of hurting people that he managed. Not just him, but others. I mean, the evidence was there early on, and there's doctors that were involved with the research. And it's just horrible. And we need to get these different groups of people together, yourselves, them, and other sectors together, and be one loud, strong voice. MAGA Mission, America First, Tuna, truckers, TIA, vaccine injured, nurses, doctors, workers, get everybody on the same page.
Yeah, brother, that's a good plan. We got something in the wings, Albert. We'll have to talk about that. Okay, Mike.
Yeah, I just want to say that if there's anybody in the room that doesn't know who Albert Hershaw is, you should check him out. He is a presidential candidate. We've been working with Mr. Hershaw. He's very passionate and supports truckers. He's actually, we've been working very closely. He's got a lot of great ideas. Not just about the trucking industry, but his platform is excellent. The environment, the military, just so many education, schools. He's a blue collar guy. Sister's a trucker. Look, check out Albert Hershaw. Mr. Hershaw, you want to give him your email address, your website address? I'm sorry, I always forget it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's Albert Harshaw for president.com, and that's with the number 4. Albert Harshaw for president.com using the number 4.
Got it, brother.
Hey, are we going to praying, Marlon?
ADD was next, but praying can go.
Yeah, ladies first. Sorry, Michael. Praying, what's up?
Thanks, you guys. Well, I wanted to ask Mike, since I'm in California, if there's anything I can do. My senator will be here next Friday, the 12th, at his Chico office for an open house. So I've already got my intentions set there for my battles, election integrity and the vaccine problem. And then to Albert, were you just in Dr. Biss and with Dr. Thorpe in Florida at that event?
Yes, correct. I was.
Did you hear me on Zoom?
Yes, I did. I was there.
Oh, okay, cool. That's awesome. I mean, it's crazy how this planet works. So because the minute I got off that Zoom, and Dr. Biss was nice enough to Zoom me in, because it's, like $2,500 for me to fly all the way across the country, and that's a little hard disability. So yeah, so she had me Zoom in. I really appreciated that. And then when I got off the Zoom, Lindsay's streaming it live in her Twitter space. So I go in there, and it's like it's amazing. I'm like, my gosh. And then I went and see, I always try to search what I call the hallway for these Twitter spaces. And the way I do it is I go to the top where there's a search bar, and I just look, I just tap on the search bar, and it pops all the followers. And I see Marlon's always the first one, and it's all with the purple. I went, where's Marlon? The hell, he's got a space too. So I found my way into here, and now we're talking about it again. So yeah, but if there's anything, so Sacramento, I'll be there on the 21st for a big family. Parents are rallying in Sacramento on the 21st. I need to get with Warrior and Caius for the 14th. So anyway, it's crazy. But if there's anything else in California, what problems do we not have, I guess is my question.
Did you hear me speak on through the Twitter as well?
No, I missed it.
Yeah, she was broadcasting me while I was speaking on.
Man, yeah, I heard. I mean, I was going in and out of different speakers, but shoot. Anyway, thank you for your support, by the way. I mean, we need to get Javier Becerra impeached. He heads up the HHS, right? So he's got the FDA and the CDC, which are corrupt and a disaster, and he's failed on both counts. And then at the HHS, people don't necessarily know that FEMA, who runs this whole military operation, they paid out every COVID death that applied as a death from COVID, $9,000 funeral assistance. So when my mom dies from the COVID shot, I'm not eligible. And I'm like, so I've been crazy with her, Congressman Ro Khanna, demanding that he, you need to give anybody that died from the COVID shot the same $9,000. My children deserve the $9,000. She didn't die of the COVID, but the COVID shot. It's crazy. We spent billions and billions out of that funeral assistance plan. And when I mentioned it to my Congressman LaMalfa, when I finally got into his office, he goes, we're not doing that. I go, yes, you are. You need to go back and check, sir. Yes, you are. You're still paying it all the way through May. So there's just corruption all over the place. But Javier Becerra, he has the power of the pen. He's the one and only person, that job actually, that signs off on safe and effective. He needs no research, no CDC, no FDA. It's that one job. You remove him, you put in another, honest person, and immediately every emergency use authorization product, remdesivir, Paxlovid, monkeypox vaccine, baricitinib, all those emergency use products all have to stop immediately. The Novavax shot. So yeah, we don't get enough airplay on that. So while you're here, I'm mentioning it.
Thank you so much, Praying Hawk. And I know you're out in California, right? So we're going to probably be doing some work eventually together, but I need to turn over to ADD, please.
I was just going to let you know, anytime that, Mike says ADD can help you out with that, it'll usually appear down in the bubble. So if you go down there, you're probably going to find that link that Mike was talking about. And yeah, all you got to do is, you don't have to enter your zip code, just click on your state in the map. It'll pull up all of the senators, representatives, and the governor of your state, and it will give you the links to their Twitter, Facebook, and so on and so forth. If they've got an email, it's on there. Their phone number for Washington is on there. Their state is not, but it will give you a good start to who you're looking for. And most people don't even know who all of their governors are, or in their state. So they have no idea that there's that many of them, or that you need to get a hold of all of them, because they're the ones that are voting in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, I want to remind everybody to go to Votify now and early vote action. And you can find a lot of this information on those apps. They're really great and very informative and great tools to have in your pocket if you're going to be doing grassroots movement. Thomas.
Hey, thanks, Matt. I appreciate it. Just something from an insider point of view that I would like to bring attention out. Our medical system, there is a coding that they use in hospital settings, in clinic settings, to identify issues in health in individuals. And that coding system is called an ICD-9 coding system. And what they're actually doing right now is individuals who are not vaxxed, the government is tracking those individuals by those ICD-9 codes, which, number one, it should be an illegal issue. They should not be identifying individuals who took the personal pride, I guess you could say, to stand up and say, this vaccination is a dangerous vaccination. It's not something that was studied, and we're seeing the results of it. And us as consumers, I want everybody to know we have a right. Once we see a physician, a nurse practitioner, whoever you see, you have the right to look into what your medical coding is being done. And if they are actually coding on the ICD-9 that you are an unvaxxed individual, you have the right to step in and inform them that you do not want this included in that system, because it is something that our government tracks. So just a heads up, I'd like to bring attention to it, and just, people should take some personal interest in, what our federal government is trying to impede upon our individual rights. So just a heads up. Thanks again, Matt.
Really, thank you, sir. We've been going since 10 o'clock, and I think it's a good time to put a bow on it. We'll have some final thoughts from our speakers. I'd like to maybe allow Joshua to either kick us off on the slow closeout portion, and we'll probably wrap it up right about 2 o'clock my time or on the hour. So anybody that hasn't had a chance to speak, or if you want to give us a few inspiring words, please, Joshua, kick it off.
Look, what does my heart some good is to know that there are places like this happening right now on the internet. And it's not just here, it's happening everywhere. And what I would like to try and point out is that we need to get, especially with our local communities. I mean, they own centralized federalization. They own centralized power, but they can only push it out so much. Your local community, you need to find the men in your community, the men and women, to get together and assemble. And here's the thing, they own the internet. I mean, they own it, right? We all think this is free speech. It's a massive dragnet. So you have to understand that everything we say it's all being recorded, it's all being said. So it makes it really hard to have those difficult conversations. What you need to do is you need to get with your local communities, find out who are your patriots, and then if you know how to make a Faraday cage, do it, and then put all your cell phones in that Faraday cage and start having the tough discussions about what you are going to do, how you are going to do it. You got to keep your information close to your chest. I've worked in cybersecurity, I've worked in Intel, and trust me, they're listening to everyone, and there's a microphone everywhere. So, and the minute you pop up on their radar, they're going to hit you as an individual. And do not allow them to hit you that way, because that is their playbook. It is exactly what it is. And it just does my heart good to know that there are these conversations happening on the ClearNet, which is great. But I mean, when it comes to those difficult conversations, you get with your local communities, and because the one thing that they tried to cripple during 2020 was our right to assemble. It's in the First Amendment, the right to assembly. So And then just before I land off here, Maga, I sent you that banner. You can choose to use it if you want. It's in the comments. Just take a look at it if you want it.
Yeah, I'm juggling right now. You made me think of a few things. I'll maybe comment after Jason. Thanks, Joshua.
Thanks, Matt. Joshua, you're a great guy, and I appreciate everything you've said in this space and what you're doing. I just want you to know that personally. I just want to wrap with coming back to my second Central Committee meeting and what I saw. I'm trying to be a glass half full type of guy because I'm a glass half empty because it motivates me to know the problem, see the problem, and act on it. And again, when I went to my Central Committee meeting last time, it was overwhelmingly people who were, I would say, 68 plus, and that's not hyperbole. And what struck me in that sitting there was like, we all know the problem. We know the problems facing this country. We know the dire straits we're in. And what blew me away is that these grandparents weren't bringing parents there. They weren't bringing, younger people. And we really need that, especially in my county here. I'm in Nevada. And if I can play a part, at least, in getting Washoe County to flip, there's a good chance that this state can go red. But my point is that I just implore everyone to get involved. And if you can do whatever you can, like me, talk to people, get people involved, because powers of 10 will make a difference. And thank you very much.
So if I could jump and talk to Jason for a second. Jason, so now that you see the layout of how the county meetings are rolling, did you see the political portion, right? The public portion, they have already voted on the subjects that you want to get up and speak about, right? They already voted on them during that meeting before the public portion. So if you can see that landscape, they've changed it. They've changed that so that you don't have time to influence your county seats up there. You don't have time to influence them. They've already done that, superseded it.
Yeah, I do. Let me give you some of the good news, though, and hopefully it's good news because I don't trust anyone. So they had some representatives from the RNC of Nevada, the state of Nevada, and I don't trust the RNC as far as I could throw Lizzo. Okay, sorry, all due respect. But they got up there and they said that they were trying to change the way in which the primary voter will elect the presidential candidate, the primary election. And I'm speaking here because I took some notes, but the current way that it's set up is that it's something called the preferential presidential primary, which is all symbolic, and that the votes that are cast in that don't mean anything, and that the delegates, if I'm using the proper nomenclature, they still get to go and vote for whoever they want. Okay. And they said that they're trying to establish a caucus where paper ballots are in use, and that the delegates are actually held to who the people in that committee want to be the primary, the person elected. So I hope that makes sense. That was a little bit of good news, as long as I can trust the people who are speaking truly, and that the caucus actually does get implemented. So I hope some of that makes sense. I'm still a little bit, I'm getting my feet wet here and trying to get my sea legs. So anyways, there's some good news going on too.
So, it's, we have been talking a lot about the precinct committee, and some of the different states have different types and different headings, right? Or different, but anyway, changing that political process to bring the candidates forward, right? So that's the problem in my state. The GOP chair has the final word. Again, it could be a popularity contest, or it could be how much money they have in their pocket. So, you can buy an election. That's the key word, right? So and there you go. Here's where the Dems step in and they fund the weaker Republican. So now that the weaker Republican won, now it's a slam dunk in November. They're like somebody else said in this space that, hey, they're way ahead of us. They are way ahead of us. They're restructuring their lines through the census 2-3 years in front of us. They got it wired, guys. We need to start on whatever date the election is. We need to start the very next day and start getting the petitions in for the primary, because that's where they lose it too, right? Your Board of Elections goes in and strikes all your signatures and makes you jump through hoops, and they're not going to tell you the right story. It's not in their best interest. So, it's a good example, Jason, that you're getting in there and getting the nose wet.
Yeah, and I just finally appreciate all that, Marlon. One of the issues here is that I've met a number of people in my community already. I live in more of an elderly community. But I've been meeting people, but one thing I've noticed is that this is work, okay? No one's holding my hand in those meetings. This is all effort that you have to do individually, which again comes full circle to, the late hour that we're in. And then I'm concerned that if someone like me, who is trying to go in there and learn, just blank slate, like it's a tall hill to climb. And so please get involved now.
Let's go to Shane.
Yeah, thanks. To the gentleman that was just talking in Nevada, I'm driving, so I can't look down, but this is where the people like Turning Point, the young Republicans, the college Republicans, and Scott Pressler have done a great job of getting these younger voters to get engaged. So, and I believe, Scott, if I remember correct, I think Nevada is in his targeted state he'll be at soon, but I can certainly try to talk to him about it and get their efforts out there as well, if you'd like.
Shane,
but this is how we're going to do it.
Shane, I want to let you know that I spoke to they had a table at my first meeting from Turning Point Action. Another good thing. I want to put out good news. Okay. Turning Point Action was there and they did represent, and I'm going to go register voters at the Big Reno Gun Show, maybe 2 or 3 days in August. So Turning Point is doing some good stuff, and I want to let you know that they are doing good things. But besides, just having me get a vote out, I haven't had much contact from them, but it was something.
Well, very good. Y'all have a good day, and it's been enlightening, and I think there's a lot of optimism. So, I don't know. We'll all keep working, and we'll get there.
One quick question, Shane. So now that you had, and you've been a Republican all your life, and now that you had the exposure on the way that Scott's thinking, I'll tell you, for me, when I went and I met with Scott in New Jersey, it was, it kind of like connected the dots. I knew about it. I kind of understood it, and he was very comical in his routine too. He's got a lot of good points.
I will tell you that in the event that we held a couple of weeks ago, he was trying to motivate people to, get out, get people to register, get, all of it. You've heard his pitch, right? But then he said, okay, he had everybody raise their hand. Have you ever volunteered or whatever, signed up to be an election judge, a poll watcher, any of that stuff? And, maybe a third of the hands went up. And then he asked about who has concerns about election integrity, and every hand went up. And so he turned to one of them that didn't raise their hand and said, you know what? If I don't see that hand go up next time I'm here, I'm going to see to it you personally have to have dinner with Mitt Romney and Liz Cheney. So you're right. He infuses a lot of good humor.
Oh, yeah, it was good. And it connect a lot of the dots for the early vote. So we have to play under the same rules as they are. So it really drug it home. And actually, my own GOP has the same interest in it, Shane. So it's well received. I'm sure, you can see it in the guys' numbers.
Exactly. Y'all have a good day. I'm going to sit at the GOP booth at a Benton County Fair. So there you go.
Thanks, Shane. It was awesome to have you, brother. Always a pleasure. I was going to cut a little bit of humor into there. Elon put out a video of him testing the live stream feature, and he specifically lifted a 45-pound dumbbell. Throwing that out to the Q community. Go with it. I'm just make you think. Why did he lift specifically a 45-pound dumbbell? I don't know. There's a little humor for you. Praying.
Yeah, I saw that. It was kind of cute, actually.
If you guys
Funny.
only knew.
I know. So yeah, I just jumped up, this issue with the early voting, and I'm a big Scott Pressler, and I'm part of his early vote action group too. And the biggest problem is we have some big platforms that are fighting everything about this early voting tooth and nail, and it will be to our detriment. And I go into all those spaces to alert them and let them know that if you're now, obviously starting from scratch, we would all do things completely different. But here in California, we are a modified closed primary. So everybody that wants to vote for Trump better be registered Republican. So people, going to no party preference, which I want to, believe me. But if I do that, because of the way the California GOP refuses to open it up to the no party preference, which is going to be to their detriment, but I'll mention that to Senator Dawley this week, you can't vote for Trump. Now, the Dems will let the no party preference independent voters vote for their guy, either RFK Jr. or Biden. So we just kind of obviously keep our head in the sand. But to the early vote, you have to vote early. We, by law, have to get our votes in by mail for the most part. And they kept screaming about chain of custody last night in one of Phenomenology Spaces. And I said, I was a certified observer with Epic for the recall. And I sat there and I watched everything. The minute you stick your ballot into any box, be it the U.S. Postal Service box or even the box at the county, you've lost your chain of custody unless you're literally going to watch it be opened. So I don't know where those boxes go when they leave Chico and get driven down from the Voter Assistance Center to Oroville overnight the next day. I don't know what's happened to them that whole night at the Elks Lodge, right? So I'm like, oh, it's so infuriating. And the Transparency Foundation, I'll put that link in the bubble. They've done a report that proves the California voter fraud without a doubt. And the way to get to it is to flood the zone. We need to get in there on the first day that the elections open. And they have an acronym called SAFE, S-A-F as in Frank E. So S, send in your vote day 1. A, audit. Audit by day 20 that your vote got counted appropriately. F, if it didn't, you fix it by day 30 when is the actual day of election. That way you're good, you're golden. And then the E is examine. And we all get to those polls and we examine every single adjudication process from day 1 to day 30 after. It's a 60-day process. So it's, one of those things I keep trying to, put this in a certain perspective for people to hear me, because we lost the recall of Newsom. We had him dead to rights, and we lost it because, number one, we didn't show up day 1. We waited till day of. And then we thought, well, we're going to go down to the county, but then nobody did. We had 25% or a weak turnout. So if we don't flip the script, we will be stuck. And, Jeff O'Donnell speaks to it. He's the lone raccoon. He goes, you can outvote the cheat. They know how many voters we've got. They can pre-program the vote cast record day 1. So if we don't get in there, mess up their algorithm every single day starting day 1, we're sunk. So anyway, I needed to mention that because it's the one burr under my saddle.
Well, Praying, to your point, it's the voter roll. Like that should be the foundation of our election system, and they manipulate it. That's the problem.
Hey, guys, Praying, I want you to go to the feed up above. There's a thing about election integrity that we kind of did a write-up on, and it kind of touches on a lot of the things you mentioned, and I think you'll really enjoy the read. Wanted to go, well, actually, guys, I want to say, well, Kate was here. I don't know, I guess she dropped down. Anyways, we're probably going to wrap it up. I've really got to close. I think it's been a really strong space. I think I'd like to see everybody next Saturday so we can continue the discussion. Yeah, we got to put a bow on this one, guys. I know we got a full room and the conversation is still going, but go back if you haven't listened to the recording. I'm going to be posting it soon. You can go back and look at any of the spaces that we've done, from the political prosecution of Andrew Walker to all of the things we're working on with NOAA, in the trucking industry. Mike is raising his hand. We'll go to Mike and then we'll put a bow on this and close it out. Mike, you got the floor.
We'll be here tomorrow with MAGA Mission, I believe 7 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
6 o'clock.
6 p.m. Eastern. Thank you.
All right. Yep. You said you may have had comments for me, but you never touched back up on that. I was just wondering if you had them, if you wanted to make them.
Was that directed to me, Joshua? Or
That is
I'm
correct.
sorry, before
You said I
yeah.
inspired you to think something. I don't know. I was just curious on that.
Oh, well, believe it or not, it was that video with I know it sounds funny. It just made me think of that video with Elon Musk maybe throwing some signals to people that he's going to be lifting up 45. I don't know. I think in the surreal time, I'm always in kind of a surreal state of mind. I leave my mind open so I can dive deep into everything that I'm thinking about. But let's get to Nostra. I'm sorry, Nostra. I missed you down there in the lower right-hand corner. I'm sorry, brother. Please jump in before we close out.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Jason a couple quick questions because I'm a fellow Northern Nevadan. Obviously, I'm assuming you've already been down to the Republican district office there next to Jock's Bar and Grill, down by down off of Virginia there, behind the Atlantis.
I've done everything online.
Oh,
Bud.
okay. Because they have meetings down there like twice. I used to live in Washoe County, and the more help we can get in, I'm out in Clark or Churchill now, but Washoe is the linchpin to delegitimizing Clark from running this state. And back in the day, Washoe used to be very, very red, and then it's been bouncing purple now since the 80s. And they've been, you notice the GOP actually in Reno and that area has been infiltrated, I believe, by subversive people and subversive representatives. And whatever headway you're making, if you could just keep me, I followed you because my mother and my daughter and grandchildren still live there in Donner Springs area. And if you could just keep me in touch, because my daughter wants to be and is politically involved, but she's also a young mother and running her rear end off raising a family. So any kind of head start kind of things to get involved, if you could keep me posted that I could relay to her, would be beneficial. And she is married
Bud, you
into
can
a
reach out
very
to me
large
anytime, too.
Hispanic contingency.
You can reach out to me anytime. Send me a DM. I will do my very best. Believe it or not, I'm 52. I've got a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. I'm an older father, but I've got my hands
I
full
just
too.
I
but
just hit
I'm
the
doing
double
what
nickel, bro. I was an alternate delegate during the Romney election back in 2012 when I was they were doing the caucusing down there at Damani High School years ago, down at Damani Ranch. But anyways, I don't want to overwhelm it. Thanks for catching me there, Matt, and I appreciate it. And yeah, Jason, if we could stay in touch, I'd really be appreciative. Thank you very much.
I love it. Thanks, bud.
Well, I appreciate you guys, especially Nostra. Thank you for coming up and being so patient. Marlon, why don't you run down all the different spaces just so everybody knows if you want, or put a bow on this, and then we'll close out with your final words. Thank you, Marlon.
Cool, brother. So we got, make sure you check out the Gypsy Lounge Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 a.m. Obviously, our show, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. On Tuesdays, we run a NOAA trucker space from 11 to 1, and we talk about these same issues. And also the Drive at 5 every day with Sean, Advocate, and a bunch of them jump in, So, hey, I just want to turn and thank Mike. Mike, I didn't know if you had a quick last word or anything, and Albert and Thomas. I want to thank you all for coming.
Yeah, for my peoples, we've been digging into the Motor Carrier Act of 1980. If you get a chance, I'm about to put a post in the group. NOAA, owner operators, no authority, new authority. One of the security features of the Motor Carrier Act of 1980 against predatory rates and predatory brokers. I want you to Google the zone rate of freedom. Zone rate of freedom. That is a something that was added to the Motor Carrier Act of 1980, just in case rates got too low to the point where you were not able to turn a profit on a load. Check out the zone rate of freedom. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. Thomas.
Hey, thanks, Marlon. Matt as well. I'll keep it short. Guys, we are here. I'm listening to you guys. South Carolina. I'm here. I'm standing up for our nation, for our state as well. Matt, thanks for hosting a fabulous freaking discussion, brother. I loved it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much for your kind words, Thomas. It was really great to have you here today. And Albert's throwing his hat into the ring. Albert.
Yeah, awesome. I was in and out in space because I was at another event today as well. So, but I've been in and out, and I heard a lot going on, a lot of good plans. People need to read the laws, act on them. We need to take responsibility away from the people who don't have our best interest at heart. We got to get people who don't have foreign interests at heart, and we need to get people to help divorce us from this global WHO, divorce us from the UN Council that's deciding how our business is going to be operated and insured. We need to get industry, government responsible with the medical industry, education, take your pick. We got all hands on deck effort to do.
Go ahead, Brang.
Yeah, just real quick, just a quote tweeted to Marlon, a report from Dr. Lehman Yan about the Prestige Biotech Lab in California. She's broken down everything and traced that back to the CCP, including the security force behind it. So take a look at that for your next space.
All right.
Excellent. Thank you.
I'm out, everybody. I look forward to working with you all. If anyone wants to DM me after this, but I'm just going to leave the space now. So, ciao.
All right. Well, we have.
And also, real quick, on the 10th, I'm going to be meeting some of the people here over at the Jackson Diner as well. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
Awesome, everybody. It was truly one for the books, I have to say. I'm really glad for all the great speakers that came up and visited, and I want to wish everybody a happy, healthy, and happy rest of your weekend with your family and your time off until you get back to the grind, like myself and Marlon. And we'll see you next Saturday, and hopefully in Marlon's space or Gypsy space in the morning. We also are working with Kiwi Lass, who's going to be doing some work in on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I think, in the morning as well at some point. So keep a lookout for her spaces. She's really great. And yeah, much love and respect to everybody that threw their hat in the ring today and spoke with us. So thank you so much for your contribution. It really means a lot to Marlon and myself and MAGA Mission. So I'll see you next time, and God bless and Godspeed, everybody.